have got IDPs. As we closed the year last year, all of them, all the 116 districts were to have IDPs. And part of the CDF actually was used to complete this exercise. So why the IDP? Why the integrated development plan? Because this is the blueprint for the district. This is the plan for the district. All interventions in the district are supposed to respond, and we should be implementing what's highlighted in the IDP. Where we are going, we looked at the funding mechanism for the district. The idea is that all the interventions that are going to be done in the district, they should be reflected in the IDP. And climate change is one of the issues that was integrated in the IDPs. So the interventions that each district, each one is going to, put up should be drawn from the IDP. So it becomes necessary that everyone, all the players in the climate change value chain should adhere to the provisions that have been outlined in the IDP. The IDP is a 10-year plan. Of course, can be revised every 5 years. So this will inform and guide the planning or decision-making in the district. So we need to now break down the IDP to the common man so that issues of climate change can be emphasized. We can zoom in and ensure that all the interventions that we are doing in the district are coming from the IDP. The government position is that when we are going, all funding, all projects that will be implemented should be drawn from the IDP. And if a project is not there in the IDP, then it has to go another channel to ensure that if it's an exception for us to, because we'll be deviating from what has been established. So in ensuring that we monitor the interventions in the districts, a number of mechanisms have been put up. As we speak, we're just including some kind of a dashboard to link the IDP and the programs that are being implemented, so that we're able to know which district is implementing things that are not in the IDP. Because we want to ensure that we are ticking and monitoring the interventions that we are doing. We are also piloting now the CGIP information management system. I think the local authority last week, some were oriented. This week, the program is for 4 weeks. We want to ensure that all of them would have, been oriented on the CGIP information management system. And within that system, we are also reflecting the IDP. So all projects going forward that will be implemented will be drawn from the IDP. Why? Because we want to ensure that the interventions are integrated. We don't want to be implementing programs just because we are dreaming them. People today, they say, we want this, or they want that. But because there's a plan, everybody who is in the value chain should ensure that all the programs that are being implemented are drawn from the IDP. So what's been the gap? What has been the gap in this whole value chain? I tried to put up a graphical figure to see some of the issues that really are impacting the way we are attending to the interventions that government is doing. We have the district level, okay, and where things really are happening. And at district level, we have the local authority on the other hand, and we have the district administration on the other hand. So the local authority is implementing programs as a service provider, and also the district administration is providing oversight to ensure that government policy is implemented. But now, with decentralization, the WDCs have become cardinal, because this is a platform that is going to bring everybody on board so that whatever problems that the communities are facing are going through the WTCs and then transferred into the council, which is the policy board at district level. We also have certain functions that have not been devolved that are operating in communities, but then they are not reporting through the WTCs and are going through to district administration. Okay, there are certain functions that we have happening. So what we have observed is that interventions from the community level going into the district are siloed. And to a greater extent, even as we get to the national level, different sectors are implementing different interventions responding to climate change, yet they are standalone, they are not integrated. So in order for us to resolve this matter, in the decentralization implementation plan, the DIP, there's one objective of realigning all sub-district structures to the WDC. What will this do? It will ensure that all programs at sub-district level, they are going through one channel. There's coordination and collaboration from all the players to ensure that, once programs have been identified, they are going through the established channels and everybody is on board. To a greater extent, most of the sectors have not been so active where WTCs are concerned. And this is the reason why we are seeing there are certain sectors which are saying we are not benefiting from CGF. Remember the process, you can only benefit from CGF if there's demand for that service from the communities themselves. So if you are not part of the value chain where we're generating a need, then we might not tap into the CGF. Therefore, it becomes very cardinal that all sectors now are realigned so that the interests from all players are understood and channeled so that we are able to get to appreciate and benefit from the CDF. So this is the desired outlook at some district level. So all sectors and all community-based structures under health, under agriculture, under education, we find that now we need to realign them. And this process has already started. A manual, we have a draft manual that we have developed to ensure that this, is actualized. To ensure that all sectors now begin to go through the established channels at district level so that whatever is happening in the district, the WTC is aware because they've got a district profile that describes what needs to happen, what kind of interventions, if it's climate change, what interventions are we going to do to ensure that we respond to these issues. So how do we strengthen coordination? Because in this whole value chain, coordination is really key. So we need to continue bringing our leadership, the leadership in the district in one space so that we harmonize the kind of programs that we're implementing in the district. Remember, we already have a plan which all players in the district have agreed upon, which is the IDP. So we need to continue having these discussions with all the leaders in the district to ensure that we have a shared vision and that we build a resilient Zambia. We also need to strengthen the sub-district structures and align them. A process that calls for commitment from all the players to ensure that every voice is heard at community level. And we need to give life to the IGP. Since we have a plan, I think all of us, we need to ensure that we're implementing programs as outlined in the plan that we have developed ourselves. We also need to participate in the planning, the budgeting at local level. We're in the budgeting cycle now. We need to ensure that people, communities, ourselves, everybody at district level, we are part of the budgets that the local authorities are approving. Because those budgets are budgets for all of us. So we need to take interest and ensure that we see what percentage goes towards climate change at district level. So we need support from everybody in the value chain to ensure that already these interventions, we begin to reflect them at district level. We need to support the districts in their own source revenue mobilization efforts. Because once the resource level or the own source revenue for local authorities for the district goes up, then we can begin to demand even an allocation, adequate allocation towards, responding to climate change. We need to support service feedback mechanisms so that we see have been completed. Okay, so already, if you compare the number of applications that have been received and the number that have been approved, there's a huge difference there. And this already from our end is showing us that when projects are being applied for, there's little attention given to the integrated development plans. Because in the IDPs, we know the kind of projects each year that will be funded. But applications are just being done because people are dreaming. But if we were implementing, or if the IDPs really were reaching to the beneficiaries, they will not say this year, what we expect from this ward, we will only have A, B, C, D, or we have nothing. Then we don't expect any applications from a particular ward. But we are having so many applications, which is saying that the IDP really is not being followed. Because if we had to go through the IDPs, you find that maybe in a constituency, at most you only have at most 10 projects, not more than 10 projects each given year. Okay. Then you have the disaster component there giving us the status, the empowerment grant, as well as the loans. We're able to know the number of groups and businesses that have been given. Now, issues of cross-cutting issues, we know that the target for the empowerment fund are youth and women. But already the numbers are telling us to say they are still the most vulnerable and they are not the majority in terms of receiving the support that has been targeted towards them. No, this is the national picture, but in terms of projects that have been done, a summary of the government priorities. Think you are able to say other things as number of road posts that have been done, maternity annexes, staff houses, and we're able to see what has been done. Okay. So this is basically a summary of the sectors that have benefited from the CDF. At application level, you are able to tell the kind of sectors that have got the appetite in terms of whose services are being demanded by the community. So you can see that to a great extent, education is benefiting more. And the issue will be why. Because education, the structure for the governance structure for education is really strong. Also at community level, in the WDCs across the country, you find that education is always present when they are discussing issues of development. This is seconded by health. And this, having gone around in quite a number of constituencies and wards, this is the feedback that is coming. They are always available. Now, if all the structures, other sectors, ensure that the members, okay, their officers and are doing their honest part, then we need to see that there is demand. Of course, there are arguments to say, but some projects it's a directive from government to say under education we're going to do this. It still comes back to the same. It's because the structures under these sectors are very strong and they have pushed their agenda to a level where there's even a directive to say, can you implement these projects? So until we build that kind of advocacy, the community's capacity, the community members to demand, to see need for interventions that are responding to climate change, these statistics are going to change. So this is just, I thought it's important for us to appreciate how projects are sitting across different sectors. And most of this, we can still see that ultimately we have interventions from these projects that are responding to climate change to a greater extent through the community projects, through the loans, through the grants and skills. We still have green, skills that have been,
established in the communities, but it's an issue of now concerted effort to try that we bring them to use so that they are of benefit to the country. So with that said, unless one has to drill down to a constituency to just have a few so that you know that this is you go to Mali. So with Mali, Mali is the Western province. So with this one,
What is happening in one?
you want to see what's happening in Mali? And you only have one constituency, right? Which is Mali. So for all the years, in terms of application, the projects that you have approved and implemented and completed, it's not zero. But okay, let's go to complete. All right, let's go slowly. Let's go slowly. This is for all the years. Okay. So let's go to what has been completed or completed in those under implementation. All right. So for Mali, you have 13 projects under education that are still under implementation. You have 6 under health, 0 under agriculture, 0 everywhere. You have 1 under water and sanitation, 1 under energy, 2 traditional affairs. Yeah, pretty much. Okay. So this is the picture in terms of what interventions are we doing, what sectors are benefiting more. In terms of completed projects, education, 24 projects have been completed. Health 2, agriculture, we don't have any. Security, we have 1. Water, sanitation, machinery. Yeah, so that is the picture that is coming from one. That's a trap for one. Okay, we can still go to Bachelor in Mochinga.
I think I propose this member of parliament who are present here. Let's check the members who are present here. Because
Go to
present.
Okay,
Go to Nigeria and so after the money release, we can go to the next there.
Okay. So, go like this. Okay, go like this. This is the Chakata. Okay. Okay, so then this is Kankata. We only have 1 constituent, right? Yes. So we can do this so that you begin to see a holistic, a high level. Okay. So for Kankata, we have had 125 applications, 84 approved, of which 54%, 45 have been completed. So do we go this way? We want to see the sectors that are benefiting. The sectors. Okay. Okay. So so in terms of Kankata, at the approval stage, as we speak now, we have 44 under education, 21 under health, 1 under agriculture, 1 livestock, 2 under security, 5 under roads, water and sanitation, 9 projects, machinery 5, energy 1, traditional, under procurement, that is the picture, 2 under education. So as you can see, education is always okay. Under implementation is still education. This is the information from the ground. No, not from the seas, from the ground. This is the officers, your officers. This is Okay, we go to the completed, so have 23. 23 under education, 9 under health, 1 agriculture, security, 6 machinery, traditional affairs. So these are the projects that are completed as we speak now. That's the picture. Then we go to water. Water is in central. This is Kabwe, and we have water. So completed for what 18 under education. We have we have 6 markets. We have 2 security. We have 4 projects under roads, 1 under water and sanitation, 5 machinery, practice. One yellow machine. The equipment. That's from one project. When one at the application, how did the application come? So it can be one application within so many years. Oh, okay. Sorry. Oh yes, yes. Which one is next? Brembe. Okay, Brembe.
Southern province.
From the country. Yeah. Southern province, then we have Brembe. And there's only one constituency, right? Yes. So in terms of what we have completed, that's the status 4 under education, 5 under health, 1 police, 1 road, 7 machinery, 1 dispatch. Yeah, so pretty much.
Good.
Yeah. So now,
We have 5, you have 1. Yes. So those are dynamics. Oh, Senanga.
Senanga is just 1 constituency, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is what we have been able to accomplish. 11 under education, 7 under health, 6 machinery, and another community development. So pretty much this is the base for Senang. So from this we're able to see that's why the issue of coordination. We still want to see Nigeria. That's yo. Not me, I. There you are. Sorry. Which thing is that? You go to governance.
Some 47, some 9.
Yeah. So they go to So that means you are making each application for a grade that one application for this one application. Yes. It's still completed as one. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Sorry?
So that we have enough idea. So we know where to get it.
So you go to, sorry. So this platform, unfortunately, when we are developing it, the platform we use is limited to government. So now I think this is work in progress. Because what we want to do is to move this to a platform where the public is able to access this. And I think that's one of the in terms of support that we are looking for, so that this is available for everybody to access.
I just want to make it very clear. Let's say that this information is not on. I think we can also document, like in our office, the conveyance office and the council.
We do not have access to the platform. I'm not that upset, but in my office, I know even when I'm looking at those that there are others that have not been updated. That's why I was asking machinery, but it's a platform that you and the member of parliament, the two, access to. Checking on what is on the ground and what is in there. Because it's an yeah.
And when it's taking, yes. So I wanted to conclude, then I see. So under skills, it's very important for us to also just appreciate. This is information that you can't display in terms of, but it's there. So these are the kind of skills that we are supporting under CGIP. I hope it's clear. Under some technical vocational skills, those are the numbers and the breakdown. But one interesting fact that I want us to look at is the driving. It's the driving. We have spent so much money on driving. So many youth have gone for driving. Yeah. Why? Because people just want to apply for a skill, they've gone for driving, then they are done. And the emphasis has been, let's go down to the ITP. What skills do you need in your district? So that even as applications are coming, you don't say, in my district, I just want technical, if it's plumber, because we are building. We want electricians, we want auto. Yes, so that once they are done, those people are able to be absorbed within the district. But we are seeing that we are supporting certain skills that have got no bearing and impact responding to the needs that we have in the district. So the same goes to even the loans, the grants. We are supporting, of course, it's economic, but I think we should also support initiatives. What sectors, what grants are we giving? What kind of loans are we giving? And the loans responding to climate change. Out of the loans we've given, how many are responding to? Yeah, so that should be what we should now be moving towards, so that when we are having these discussions, then we come and say, from an instance from Gwembe, based on what is there, the situation analysis, we have done so many skills, because when we're promoting this, we're responding to these interventions. So I thought I should also highlight this, and so that we see the broader picture of how CGIP is available to meet some of the interventions that we could implement at district level. Thank you.
Okay. Now open the floor for questions, and okay, so first number here. Thank you.
All right, I'll try to project my work. Thank you so much for for the presentation. I walked in when you were talking about an area of great interest on the schools that are supported. I could have missed something. My question goes to skills as relates to the integrated development plans at district level. One of the things that has been identified and looking at material mortality is that what we have noted is that most of the deaths now are occurring. Most women lose their lives within the health facilities. It is as a result of available skills and so we want to know if CGIP provision for skills developed in the area of midwifery practice, especially at the lower levels. We have a scarcity of midwives in the health facilities, especially in the rural areas. And so, is there a provision that CGIP can actually cut for developing skills in midwifery so that we have this skill in the health facilities to address the high levels of maternal mortality, especially that we are carrying in hospitals?
Thank you so much. The presentation was extremely good. But you know, I think not that local government, what you're doing is good. And the indication that for what you're presenting is actually, but it's not what is obtaining on the ground. If you look at IDP, that's the efficiency of the district. How much projects do we choose that are in IDP? And I like to emphasize, everything should be on the IDP. But the reality is different. We are looking at the IDC to interrogate the IDC, to understand the IDC, and use the IDC to generate projects, which is not happening. And the worst part is that these are people that are integral in the CGIP process. But look at how much they are needed, nothing. And we expect those to do the integral part of the CGIP unless we change the narrative that they are given something as an incentive. The issue that they will come to the IDP is perfect. It will not happen. So I think it's to look at the effective part of the WDS. But what about the CDF itself? How many of those are in the CDF interrogate ideas, projects from the WDS, so that the projects that are chosen are the ones that are in the IDP? In the absence of that is what is implementation gap. There is a gap. In Britain, we have agriculture. If you check how many of those are in agriculture, I had an opportunity to read through the IDP. When I look at the projects that come and what is in the IDP, they are not related. So basically, you have a huge, task to ensure that we sensitize the WDC, the CDF in relation to the ID. So that if it is single, we will be able to indicate in this district what was planned is this, what was the CDF, how much has been achieved. But as it is now, a lot of them, they are just from you dream a project because you want to happen. So my first really is that local government, you still have a huge task to ensure that you align the subs, these structures, the WDC and the CGIP. That's a very strong submission.
Okay, thank you so much. It was very insightful to first hear about the allocations towards climate change mitigation. But my question is on the CGIP itself, the utilization. So Transparency International Zambia has done a report. I don't know if a lot of the MPs or the local government have actually read that analysis on the CGIP audit, which was done by those of the the recent one. And in that report, community projects and treaty skills bursaries were the worst performing. And if I'm not mistaken, you mentioned that the climate change allocation is in the community projects, no? Am I correct? Across all, okay. So the West Virginia community projects and skills bursaries. Now, given that climate change obviously needs an allocation, as you have mentioned, but at the same time, local governments are struggling, and I'm going to echo his sentiments. Local governments, local authorities rather, are struggling to implement or to utilize the CGIP. How are you going to mitigate that? Because we also did another analysis on decentralization itself, and we want to calculate the struggles that the local authority has been experiencing utilizing CGF and other allocations that we should utilize. So that's one thing that we need to explore, because with climate change needs money, but at the same time, local authorities are not utilizing or they do not have the capacity to utilize. So how are you going to deal with that? That's one thing. I was going to ask about whether that portal was accessible, but you already mentioned that it's not accessible across government institutions, which is unfortunate. It would be good before you interview, before you make it public, it would be good to at least give us a report, a quarterly or biannual report so far of the utilization. So that can say that other institutions we can do more analysis. Then coming to the portal itself. So we went to see, you talked about film costs, you talked about the so the approvals, the implementation, and so forth. I was hoping to see that. So I remember the health cost was one which we showed about 348 health costs. But what is the tactics? That's against what? And for how long? So that would be good again to put so that we're able to see whether you're making progress or not. Because maybe that 348 is set below its tactics. Who knows? Yeah, I think I'll end there. Those are my questions.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. This question follows the Powerman's question on the climate resilience, healthcare infrastructure, using infrastructure. Within our mapping at national level, I'm aware that there is full public health. I'm aware that state global health I can see my next year also. And also they are sponsoring midwives to be trained, particularly and bringing in people that have a lot of experience, both international and national. Now, unlike reinventing the wheel and bringing it down to the constituency level and to the world, how much mapping are we doing the spirit of decentralization and global government to see to it that we map the resources that we have, measuring the water to the minimum, so that we do not reinvent them. But secondly, for instance, any person here is sick, one particular doctor that can come in and attend to almost 80% of the population is called a family physician. And family physician can do most of the conditions. And in climate resilience response, I think that's what we require. How much knowledge do our lawmakers and yourselves as local government have about this, and how important it is to ensure that young parents provided, particularly resources how is doing it, Uganda is doing it, and we are also doing it in terms of Zambia, the global health, but how much information we have so that our leaders, particularly in the constituency, have that information and make a demand for what is easily available to several.
So thank you very much, Presenter, for your presentation. So I think first, I want to make a presentation. But these other components are very, very clear.
even in your presentation, it was very clear. We have about 4 components for now when it comes to the community projects like the stated, which is at 60%. Then the disaster component at 5%, skills training and employee school fees, and grants and amounts. So the recommendation is maybe going forward, maybe just beginning from 2026, especially that the budget presentation will be done this coming Friday. Why can we have just a clear budget line to respond to climate change issues in our project? Because it's not very clear. Sometimes we are guided by the secretariat, because the fund manager for this fund is not the member of the parliament. The fund manager is actually the secretariat, the authority. So sometimes with climate change related issue in the constituency, then you're told, and maybe we can access this money from the 5% disaster. You go to the 5% disaster, maybe it is already what? Exhausted. But meanwhile, there is this issue to do with climate related issues in the constituency. So why, as Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, maybe just having a specific standalone budget line to respond to the issues of climate change? And I think we'll be sorting out that question yesterday and my reflection this morning on mobilizing the resources locally. Maybe we can get like a component from the CGIP. Then the other one is under the community projects. There is this requirement, Public Procurement Act number 8 of 2020, that is section 16.1, which requires all procurement entities to use the EGP system for procurement activities. So what we have seen in CAP, I'm also talking on behalf of the other constituents. So following this, yes, I know the Public Procurement Act is there to safeguard the resources, but it is taking long. You'll find that some of the projects for 2024, up to now, through the EGP, they have not yet been approved. For 2025, like in my constituents, I have in mind, we're supposed to implement about 4 projects. Construction of the maternity annex at Ngoro maximum prisons. Construction of the police station, modern police station at the Prospect police station. But we have not yet received the authority to spend through the EGP. Is there a way, this system, yes, the Procurement Act is a law, but is there a way that maybe the process can be so that once we receive the authority to spend from the provincial government officer, we should not wait for a longer period of time through the EGP, the procurement process, to start spending and to start embarking on this community project. It's taking so long, sometimes 6 months, sometimes even more than 8 months. You just waiting after the authority to spend from the provincial government office, but the EGP, there is no authority. Thank you very much. Thank you so very much. These are very issues. So far, you five questions and respond, and then 2 or 3 we get to all the only time, but this is very good. All right, thank you so much. In terms of skills, the health sector, we are able to support skills for many workers. It's not one of the skills that qualifies to be called a skill. When I think the concept for skills was couched, and yes, so I'll say outright that we are unable to support that skill. However, I think when there's demand, can always make an application so that it could be called. But it's not one of the skills that CGIP will support from the onset. Then there was a list of IDPs, honorable member for Grenville, that the IDPs, it's not what's on the ground. Yes, I think where we're coming from, we are analyzing the IDPs. Because we need all of the to have IDPs. And now that all districts have IDPs, then we have moved a step further. Currently, we are developing citizen-based IDPs to reduce the jargon in the bulky documents, so that the common man, every one of us, is able to follow and begin to teach what is being done. So this past week, my colleagues were in Wakula province in Mansa, and they were developing. They had a very on southern province, so they're going around. I think almost all districts have. So Central, I think local supported, almost Eastern, Mochinga, a number of local authorities already have citizen education. So we are hoping that once we finish with this exercise, it's an issue of now ensuring that they are well understood by everybody, so that we begin to implement them. But further to that, I mentioned that we are not beginning to track, which is linking this question to the issue of targets. We are beginning to link, because the IGP is their targets there. Okay, the IGP has to target. So we just issue of putting all the targets together, beginning to now track against the national targets. So already there's work in progress where we are tracking the projects and linking them to the IDPs, translating the IDP into targets, so that even in the projects that are being implemented, we are beginning to track to ensure that we are moving towards actualizing the projects or the plan that we have for the district. For you to much further, talk about incentives for WDCs. That's a chronic issue. And really, the WDCs are engines. Everything starts with them. Unfortunately, there is no incentive that goes to them. And we expect them to perform, wonders and ensure that they champion the development agenda. Unfortunately, the local government act, when it was reviewed, outrightly, stated that for WDCs, they are engaged on voluntary basis, and it's low. So we are in the process of reviewing the local government act. And I think that's one issue that we should all be concerned about, and see how we provide to the WDCs, because they're doing so much, yet the benefits are so little. So I think it's one issue that we request through you, members, that when the time comes for this item to be tabled, I think we need to look at it so that we are able to provide an incentive for this governance structure. Structure LS to utilize funds. I think you heard the last submission was around EGP. So the processes that affect project implementation at local government level, at district level, it's not only local government, but there are so many institutions that also have a role to play. There are also processes that we have, which ultimately impact the utilization rate. And I think procurement processes is one of them. Okay, so in terms of capacities, capacities are there in local authorities.
So I want to qualify what I'm saying. So if there's one institution where we qualify officers employed by the local government service commission using the standards and local government. Okay. However, competence, yeah, competence is indirectly proportional to. Okay, when I'm implementing, the issue of now project, but when I'm on the ground and implementing, it's not for one implementing class. There are certain capacities and skills that need to be developed for somebody to be optimal. And I think this is an ongoing process that different players are doing, even local government, building capacities in these employees that we have, so that they are able now to manage the functions that have been given to them. There are quite a number of skills that we need to continue building in our qualified staff in local government. So it calls for certain efforts, again, to ensure that once these capacity gaps have been identified, we begin to close them up. I think I'll be fooling myself to say we don't have gaps, capacity gaps are there. But I think it's work in progress, and once we need to continue working to ensure that we bring the gaps that have been identified. The resources for efficiency. I don't know if I quite got this question right. If I really understood what you're asking for, I'm trying to hear really what the issue is. But coming to the last one on budget line to respond to climate change, I think yesterday there was an issue to say climate change does not stand on its own. It's an integrated kind of issue that affects different sectors. And as sectors are responding to issues affecting their sectors, I think climate change should be factored in. So I think the discussion should be how do we just say this money is for climate change without assigning it to a sector? Because even the disaster climate change issues, they affect sectors. And when we are responding to the issues, if it's a runoff roof, it's under education, but still impacted by climate change. So I think it's a discussion that we need to really have so that we have enough, background and information to enable us to begin itemizing actually climate change as a fund that is just responding to climate change alone without looking at other sectors. I don't know, I think what the learning was from
probably we will just meet the members of parliament themselves and explain the resources that are available. And also, and we have met your minister and the secretary about the resources so that they can feel that we need the community from the sector and from the sector.
So we cannot get three evidence.
Thank you very much, Ivo, and thank you so much for the presentation. My one is a very quick one, and it's a reflection. I heard earlier a reflection around the need for more detailed information that would then allow for further analysis. And the scheme of our meeting is really around moving from ambition to action. So I think the discussion needs to shift we need to shift to looking for solutions. And one of the biggest gaps that we have been noted around the CGF across the board, right, is this issue of capacity, institutional capacity to assess, to absorb the fund. So how do we then support different constituencies with the necessary skill sets to be able to then absorb, assess the applications that they receive, and move them forward in a way that is needed and responsive to the needs of the different constituencies. So I think it's really having a discussion around the collaboration and also discussing to what extent resources within the CGIP budget can be allocated to some capacity strengthening process for the respective constituencies. Because 5 years in, we're now moving into a next phase. What will that look like? We'll still have a situation where we have certain constituencies that are struggling to move things along, and it's really an institutional issue to can't run away from it. So how do we address that without necessarily doing another analysis? Because I think we've got enough of those. It's about how we move from ambition to action, from recommendations to action. How do we collaborate with state actors and non-state actors to move that forward? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. To the Minister of Local Government, I think that it's not for many to start that platform, which is a good thing, because it's a very useful resource. However, I think our ability to make it happen, so that we navigate that process. Very, very useful for us to hold leadership accountable. We also touched on the issue of incentivizing the volunteers who are doing a lot of job work on the ground. Very important. But what we also see is that these guys have to move kilometers to go and bring up, take the forms, intended beneficiaries. And this is all just without pay. And I think that we need to reconsider that and incentivize them. Even just for buying bikes, or I mean, even motorbikes rather, to really enhance delivery of this service. Once I can't agree more with what I'm saying. You need to be ready to ensure the efficient dispensing of funds. Because if the projects are lacking and behind that, they're not moving forward. Not you need to revisit that. These projects that are very one that they are not. We also look at the numbers and numbers on that. You see that the volume of applications that comes in as opposed to what grants in awarded, there's quite a huge discrepancy. What does that say? Clearly, it's a lot of communities don't have this idea. The CPF guidelines, we need to do a lot of work ourselves to ensure that we partner with you to ensure that people are in the know so that when they apply, these applications are not dispersed. The last one. When you look at the issue of utilization, and this is a new time code, so what you need to see constituencies taking back the money, which were paid to and getting for salary. And because they put those a new time code, why don't you implement intervention? What is the catch here in terms of ability to spend this money to communities who really need this resource? So, there are requests. Please take note because I'm already communication. I think we are already more able to do communication somehow. Yeah. Yes, sorry.
Thank you so very much, our local executive, for the question. Anyway, it's just one or two recommendations. Firstly, when this also comes on, and they are saying that information, who do you attach it to? Who do you attach it to? A member of parliament is a friend. But the people that are taking us have such a lot of authority. That is the honest truth. They are the ones that are telling us. The people of government. You realize that in our local authorities, our
our administrators. And in 2 days, there are times when 2 months goes and you only get the office for a week. And usually you see them running up and down when they know that the member of parliament is coming. That's the challenge they come to and going to make sure that there is a sense. So we need to improve, the local authorities to be accountable. Because when they see this, they need to want to that comes from the wrong of students themselves. Where sometimes projects they drag and drag and drag. And even when you advise the authority to make sure that people are delivering, for example, for facility or living in material talents, let's make sure that Ministry of Health is involved because they have presence in the council and in the district as well. But the local authority wants to hold one and do this on their own. Who are commissioned in the material talents and how to change those because the delivery of the council did was just right. So each engagement, we are not just about delivery, we need to make sure that the stakeholders that are involved are also involved in monitoring and even doing the implementation. But the local operate wants to work in isolation. So we need to make sure that we are delivering that development to our communities. It involves health, we take them along. When it involves education, make sure that they are tagged along. But we need to make sure that and when it happens, we need to take action. That's when projects that we have not just to be projects that were in 2023 up to now, not just the fact. And we find that constantly our local Livingston, just so the implementation, the monitoring part is very, very important. The numbers that you see there, it's 5 projects. Sometimes if you go back and check, the quality of work is very, very poor for the most that you are delivering those projects. So I'm very, very sure in other 5 years, we will renovate because just business as usual. So we need to set targets, and when someone is not delivering in the council, something has to be done. Thank you.
That's it, very serious.
In the local government.
And,
Oh, not local authority. In one way we confuse things. The local government. Local, not the local authority, the local government. You're calling too many meetings. Too many meetings. You are upsetting our.
Well, community projects still better
so, that is part of it. I think we need to the combination, we're not starting with this year. Because I think at the end of the day, it's more like the corner, because at the end of the day, this is a meeting for members of the a question then response, we go for ticket and we come back for the session by such.
That was a great presentation, and I must say I'm glad to see this right at the local government is making to make it accessible. My question though, since we're looking at climate change and we're looking at women, young people, and persons with disabilities as being the most marginalized, how is there a tracking mechanism in place to look at applications from these marginalized groups versus how many are actually given the funding that is required? And is this disaggregated data being collected then to inform approaches that are being made towards helping these marginalized groups?
Sometimes some people are just beginning now to say like people at the highest level should be part of this conversation. These are some of the conversations that the minister for local government is here, PSS are here, I think just the implementation at the end of the day is submitted. All right, thank you so much for the question. suggestions and recommendations. I think most of them were recommendations. And on capacity, the result is considered efforts in building capacities. I think it was well put. I think once the capacities have been identified, I think a number of research assessments have been done to look at the capacities in local authorities. And I think we're doing our part to government available resources to contribute capacity in the staff that we have, but it's not sufficient. And this is where now we are collaborating, calling for more collaboration with a number of players to ensure that the identified gaps are actually filled. Making the platform public, that's the goal. Because we want everyone to have access to this platform, because then we begin to enhance our transparency and our accountability principles. So that I think what developing initially was in-house. I think it's been a challenge in terms of resources and with Smart Zambia identifying which platform I'm going to use now, so that this session is to the public. So it's work in progress, and that we are very open and willing to collaborate with institutions that are able to assist, so that we can move this platform so that everybody is able to access the information. Okay, honorable member, in terms of meetings and meetings and meetings. No, that's all that is true. I think the institution is not individualized, not the principal officers, not dependent that they shouldn't move. I think from the ministry's end, we have some interventions where we said 60 days no movement for principal officers. There are those interventions that we have done before, where they need to be, yes, honorable member, those are interventions that we have done that before. But we have to need to do more to ensure that in an event where offices are not properly manned, I think the institution should be able to run. But it's something that we have taken note, and we'll see how we can have that resolved. With issues of collaboration, it is sad to note that we still have local authorities that are not utilizing the technical committees. Because in the approval process, I think there's a flaw, and we have a technical committee that is established to ensure that they review and actually see the implementation of the program to the end. Where for responding to the issue of the room was too small. Local government does not design sector-specific infrastructure. All infrastructure being implemented under CGIP for drawing and infrastructure, it comes from the sectors who are provided with those drawings for implementation. So local government does not come up with standard drawings for sector-specific interventions. So it's sad that that happened, and I think we will also remind the local authorities to ensure that I think there's more collaboration and integration of sectors. After all, CPF is for sectors, it's not for local government. We're responding to issues that are sector specific. Coming to the last one, towards I think the moderator was responding to that one. I'll just say we have taken notes, and these are some of the recommendations that we'll put up and continue to advocate so that we better the way we're implementing CGIP. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much, Mr. Lee. Is it Mr. Lee or Dr. Lee? Thank you so very much for the wonderful presentation. And I know a number of people that wanted to ask questions. when it comes to time. But again, certain conversations like these ones, you can't just tell them just like that. So I am begging with everybody to say, we are not waiting for tea, but let's get our tea and come back. If we can do that, then we'll start the next session on time. So that maybe after lunch again we can try and catch up on time. Because the most important section again for today is actually recommendations and way forward. Those are the ones that we will now submit to the relevant authorities and given the applications. I don't know what is going to come out of this president, is a communique or something, so, or a position paper. So I think we can wait for tea, and then we will open there. So we can all be seated by even 11:20 or 11:05 our tea. As we give space to Southern African Trust to prepare the session for their panelists. And this will guide us here to take this as well.
Thank you. Good morning, honorable members of parliament, contributors, partners. I think before we get into our remarks, as we wait for you to answer to a quick mental exercise so that we have a sense of our thinking around CSO engagement and whose voice really matters. This session this morning is looking at raising community voices to hold policymakers and government accountable. My name is Agnes Luka. I'm the country manager of the Southern Africa Trust, and I'll share a bit more about what we do later on. So for now, I'll ask that April and Swara share the link, but also I'll ask if people can pull up their phones, either use the code, the QR code, or go to www.mentimeter.com. Have you been able to access the link in the chat rooms? Okay, so the first question that we have, just to get reflections in the room, is around whose voices are the most absent when Zambia makes climate policy. So, you can see the QR code. So if you have two WhatsApp groups, there's a group for civil society members, then we have the parliamentarians one. There's a link that has been shared. So I'm studying on you shared, Able. Have we shared? So also it's together. And I'm busy. Yeah. Okay. So some folks are coming in now. So we're seeing some of the reflections. Most absent. So who is left out? Who do we not consider? Who is not even named? They are not even a category that registers for us.
It doesn't close, so you can just play with it.
It's quick reflections, don't overthink it. Quick reflections. So we have women standing right in the center. So what it is that the bigger the word, the more votes, the more people are putting their voice in, then it becomes older. So we have the young child, we have young people, vulnerable communities, we have community members, rural communities, persons with disabilities again, disabled. Youth, young people, deaf people, uneducated. Okay, we still have some more. Okay, so that gives us a sense of where voices are. The major ones seem to be around communities, women, youth, children, again, uneducated, youth, community. So also just more of what we're thinking of just in this group. And even in the community, we haven't broken that down further, right? I haven't seen any sense of the informal community. We have the uneducated, but what about the informal? So maybe we can move to the next question. We would like to understand what we're thinking is in terms of accountability. Where is accountability most urgently needed in Zambia's climate response? From your experience, from your interaction, from your work, from your management, from your engagement with your constituents, and those that we serve. Okay, so state finance, technical staff. What is this technical staff? Okay, resource optimization, national budget, government spending, resource optimization, finance utilization, finances. The huge gap in finance. So we have all players, public finance management, finance providers, public government funds, carbon markets, capacity building. I mean, these are all things and things that have been repaired since we started. But it just gives us a sense of what the reflections are in the room and where we kind of should possibly focusing our interventions around. And the big one is in the middle is climate financing. So we're just supposed to show that a lot of people in the room are climate finance. We have a breakdown of the variation of what that is. So in terms of our first question, we want to understand what the one step would be for Parliament, civil society together in order to strengthen climate accountability. What's the one action that take this, it would help move us along in many things or help us in some ways? There are obviously numerous things that can be done and must be done, but what is that one thing that you would sort of really emphasize on? So we have harmonizing programs, collaborating with digital hubs, feedback mechanism, elite collaboration with communication, feedback mechanisms, again, allow CSOs to access CGIP, interesting. Honest conversations, accountability mechanisms, effective collaboration, enhance information flow, operationalize the chain, honest conversations, data and information, enhanced reporting platforms, inclusivity, a lot of interesting views. When they become smaller, it's like very few people, one or two people. But the bigger ones seem to be effective collaboration, feedback mechanisms, accountability mechanisms. And I'm hoping that these resonate with us and they resonate with the work that we do and some of the reflections that we've been having within our own institutions, within our own work. So I think we'll pause there and just take a moment to reflect on that. So accountability mechanisms, the big one there. Feedback mechanisms again, and effective collaboration. So essentially, those are the three that really stand out the most in terms of reflecting on what the one action item could be in order for us to strengthen climate accountability in a collaborative process. So allow me to get back to some remarks that we wanted to share as the Southern Africa Trust. And we hope that this has been a useful reflection process to sort of bring to the fore some of the thinking within the room, some of the qualities and the gaps that we're seeing them in terms of who is missing in our conversations, where the gaps are in our climate action, and what we could start to do immediately. So, on behalf of the Southern Africa Trust, it is an honor for me to be moderating this next session that looks at raising community voices on climate action to hold policymakers and government accountable. So for us at the Southern Africa Trust, we strongly believe that climate justice is not only about carbon markets and finance, but it's an issue of dignity, power, and whose voices are heard in shaping our inclusive futures. So for those who might not be too familiar with the Southern Africa Trust, we are a regional organization, not governmental, that has been working in Southern Africa since 2005. And we exist to support the voices of those most affected by poverty, inequality, and injustice, so that they can be heard and they can help to shape policies and decisions that affect their lives. Our 6-year strategy, which runs from 2024 to 2030, which is titled Stability and is centered around the notion of dignity, really seeks to champion our mission by focusing on climate justice, gender justice, economic justice, and inclusive governance. At the heart of our work is a simple principle. Development is not only just when it is driven by, it's only just when it's driven by and accountable to communities. So we want communities to drive. We want decision makers, people that provide services, to be accountable to communities. So from where we stand, where we work from a feminist perspective, we know that climate burdens are not neutral, they're not gender neutral, but rural women, especially, bear the heaviest care while facing the least representation in climate decision making. Young women in particular are left out, or they're left out and they're left to navigate multiple vulnerabilities with minimal policy support. For them, climate justice is not an abstract principle. It is a struggle for dignity and survival. And from the decolonial perspective that we work from, we ask the difficult questions around whose knowledge is being heard and counts, whose voices are being heard, and whose priorities are shaping the climate budgets, climate decisions, and too often, from our engagements and assessment, is that African realities are squeezed into frameworks that are designed elsewhere. Because we are limited resources, we are told that our realities must fit into this law frame. Our realities must fit into this reporting format. And in doing so, a lot of the lived experiences, a lot of the lived challenges, the adaptation measures and solutions that our communities are driving and living every day at the front lines are left out because they don't fit into the long frame. They don't tell the story that our funder wants to share. So for us, the decolonial perspective is really important because we believe that a just transition cannot be built on inherited inequalities. It must be, we must dismantle those inequalities and center the knowledge and leadership of our own communities, the knowledge and leadership of women, of youth, and local communities who are the front line, who are the stewards of protecting our natural resources. So this session that we're getting into is not about a blame game. We're not here to blame, we're not here to point fingers. We're here to have a conversation about realities, about solutions, about ways in which we can optimize, which we can chart a way forward around practical solutions and practical steps that will help us work collaboratively and support each other in our endeavors. So allow me to introduce and call upon our very able panel. who represent various communities and segments of our society and constituents. So they carry some of the voices that we don't necessarily interact with so often, but they are here today to share those experiences. And we will center our discussions around creating a space for our policymakers here to hear from the diverse views that are coming from our partners. I would like to call upon from Care for Nature. I'll ask Melody Masiku from the Rural Women's Assembly to come and join us. Rural Women's Assembly voice for female farmers and climate justice advocates in the country. I'll call upon Andrea Zulu from here, Zambia. They work for the human rights, and one of the ones that they focus the most on is the right to food, to adequate food, particularly in the face of climate change. It is. I would also like to call upon Bridget here from, Care for Nature. Oh, Bridget is there. Melody Masiku, there we have, and then Sukwala. Will join us. He's from Youth for Climate Justice Social Movement. And his organization works around empowering the next generation to lead climate action and demand sustainable futures. Welcome to you all. Our session is a conversation, and it's structured in a way for it to segue to our group discussions a bit later on. So you will bear with us. It's really an elevator kind of conversation. We are going to hear from them reflections on their work, reflections on how they see this collaboration moving forward, but also highlight some of the very nuanced, unique challenges that they have faced as they work in the communities that they work in terms of trying to interface with policy processes, how that looks for them, and where they see the opportunities and what support they would like to call upon you for in this room. So I will pass the mic on to the scholar, we'll start with scholar first. Maybe scholar, we can hear from you around the youth demographic and the youth that you're working with. We want to hear from you what some of the main frustrations have been, right? We noticed in our area meeting in the poll, we noticed that some of the voices are being left out, where the youth voices. So we want to hear from you what are some of the main frustrations that young people in our country face when it comes to trying to engage policymakers on climate issues. We want to hear from you how young people can be meaningfully included in that conversation, and what kind of spaces can MPs and our government officials create for young people to have a constructive and sustainable engagement around accountability. How can you hold each other accountable? Because accountability is great on both sides. So here today, what mechanisms do you see for the integration? And you could share it about the work that you do.
Thank you very much for this. Maybe just as a means of beginning, we, as a movement, we look at climate justice not as a science, but we look at it as a social issue that affects livelihoods and also borders on the issues of human rights. Yes, we do acknowledge that climate injustice is brought about by the science of climate change, but then beyond the science, when you look at the common common example, when the climate injustice happens, what does that really entail about their life or their livelihoods? But also, why I decided to be a part of the conversation as young people is that we do realize that the issues of intergenerational voices matters because the climate crisis that we have now is not something that is just in the present, it's something that will be inherited. Unfortunately, inherited by the young people that are still growing up, by the children that are still to grow up in society. And at the backbone of decisions being made, unfortunately, don't take away from the generation that have made decisions, it is imperative then that the young people also are at the table. Now, being at the table is not enough for us. We believe that being at the table is one thing, but also to be able to participate in influence decisions is another thing. And so the way that we do as a movement is around two areas, which is climate justice advocacy itself, environmental sustainability, and also just natural resource management. And the reason why we decided to scale down our work with this is because they are interlinked. Remember, climate justice just comes as a result of science, but also at the center of what we see so far is that the issue of just natural resource management and how they are our resources or natural resources are managed, it becomes something that's very critical for us to the voice because these are the resources that will determine what the environment will look like in the future. How these resources are extracted, I think it's imperative for young people to have a say because the decisions that are made by peers and against of minds to get the one metric tons of copper by 2021, what does that then look like for the future after the next 10, 15 years after the past? I think it's imperative that young people should be active. But also, we do realize that it's not very easy for young people to be at the table. We've not found it very easy to penetrate the system in terms of being at the table, and just don't take it for granted that we do get an opportunity to sit in multiple places that people can interact with the policy makers. But I think for us, it doesn't end there. For us, the whole thing becomes about how they're doing that greater people into the planning and decision making of these conversations around climate governance and environmental sustainability. And so, that's what we discussed in terms of then how we see young people being involved, what is the barriers for us. I think we've been invited to the table, but then we still ask that even when we're at the table, we want to sit in rooms where decisions are made. We want to see the technical working groups. Yes, we know that they put the technical working groups, but then I think even in the technical working groups, where the many executives do sit, I mean, where these other civil society leaders do sit, I think we're also asking that young people should be given a space to get those tables to ensure that they also present their views about the future and what they think decisions will be able to be aligned in terms of ensuring that young more young people are involved. But also in terms of creating some sort of a system that allows us to interact with the members of parliament. And I think maybe it's something that we move to get into deeper conversations that we're going to the group. But maybe just to mention that what we're also asking for is we want to have a proper relationship with the policymakers in the sense that makes it very easy for us to engage with them. We do not want to be an intimidating room for lack of a better term. We want to sit at the same table as the partners and say, honorable member for water, our problems that come to the mining and the area of Carway, water constituency, and we would suggest that we do everything to be able to ensure that we reduce the effects of the liquids on how we look after our communities. And so, yes, the groups will probably be looking at how very best can we come up with a program or a mechanism that allows us to sit in this conversations and discussions at the table with parliament and other policy makers. But I think we'll be looking for a win-win situation for young people because we just don't want to sit at the table. We want to be part of the decisions that are made for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those reflections, Juan. Key takeaways from your reflections today is around establishing relationships with our decision makers and our members of parliament. And I think really this meeting so far has been a commendable one. And I would like to commend our members of parliament for so graciously having engaged in the process and come to meet us where we can engage and build those connections and start the process. So now the work is done to network with your members of parliament and establish those connections and those linkages so that you start to begin to build those relationships. Very important. You flagged inclusion of young people in policy processes and decision making, not in a tokenistic manner and not in a retrogressive or retroactive manner where decisions have been made and consultations have been done with the more established the CSOs, and then you need for of course to some sort of meeting, and that's called again the consultation or engagement. you're asking for a deeper consultative process and engagement process that starts at the beginning when the journey is walked together. So that's a reflection point that we take. And then also systems for interaction, where are those mechanisms? What are the platforms for you to engage with the decision makers? Very insightful, Swala. Thank you so much. I'm going to stick here for now because we want to hear from them about finances, but I'll skip and then go to our partners. I'll go right to the very end. I'll go to Care for Nature, who are working right outside of Lusaka in the rural areas. I think they're in Mansa. Care for Nature is in Mansa, so it would be great to hear from them their reflections around conversation around building climate resilience with local communities, what that looks like. So just that's the mic. Thank you so much. Once again, I'm Bridget Indevetembo. I'm coming from Care for Nature Zambia in Luapula province. Care for Nature Zambia is an organization that has been working in the communities of Luapula province to build the capacities of communities and also children, specifically communities that are living near the mining communities where the mining is manganese, and also to give the capacity of children to take action against climate change and also to participate in climate change processes at all levels. I'll begin with when you look at the issue of climate change and climate resilience in our communities, it's something that is new. But before, they used to practice the climate resilience using their indigenous knowledge that they have to present their agricultural produces and also ensuring that their lands are well protected. So from our experience as an organization who've been working in these communities, we noticed that these communities face a lot of barriers in terms of participation, especially for the vulnerable groups like children, women, people with disabilities. Why? Because there is so much exclusion in terms of participation at that level. Usually, when you look at these participation platforms in these communities, like I'll give an example of the one WDCs. These one WDCs are just known for CTF, access to CTF. These platforms, if we make use of it as the member of parliament, together with our local leaders there, it's important that when we go back, we sensitize our communities to know that these community participation platforms can be well to use them as a participation platform in decision-making platforms. And also, we need to ensure that we build the capacity of our communities where we are coming from in terms of policies. Because the policies that we have, they are technical. And it's difficult for children and also women to understand this type of terminologies that are used in the policies. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I was hoping we could do the other night, but it's not possible. But thank you so much for those reflections coming all the way from Anza. We're hearing some of the I think these are recurring themes, right? Around participation, exclusion, and platforms that exist. So we know that certain platforms exist and they don't necessarily work to the full purpose that they would work for. I'm not talking about really inventing spaces, but using spaces that exist that you brought up the WPCs. You're saying where you're coming from, you're saying that the community sense of their awareness or engagement with them is purely around CPF. And surely they should be beyond that because they represent our government. They represent the different ministries, they represent the different aspects of development at what level, at district level. So how does that sort of translate into meaningful engagement with community members? How are we planning and programming climate change for communities and climate action at that level if all they know those platforms to be positive. And to what extent you highlighted a very important point about messaging and how we package the information around policy issues, around the technical issues that we work on, so climate action. Previously, resilience is not something that is new to our people. And for us at the time, that's why it's important to decolonize our thinking, to sort of take a step back and say, wait a minute, we have been stewards of our own environment. We have managed to protect our environment for so many years using indigenous knowledge. We should very easily scrap that out, but there's a space for it. So how do we then bring people along in our communities as we have this new jargon, all these new words that we are phrasing every so often? Now the new one is the just transition, the just energy transition. Critical minerals. Do our community actors and community members understand what the discussion and dialogue on critical minerals is? Do they understand what this just transition is? We have conferences, policy briefs, and workshops around these, very technical terms. But to what extent are we unpacking and distilling this information to where it's able to reach our community members, the women, children, and local communities who are marginalized? To what extent are we making efforts to do that? So that's a great call from Bridget from Care for Nature. We also have the rural women's represented here, and would like to hear from our partner, Melody, if you could share with us some of from the work that you've been doing, how are power dynamics and gender inequalities affecting women's participation in policy processes, and what are some of the what are the changes and the challenges and the risks that women who are working and living in our rural communities at the front line of the adverse shocks of climate change, what are some of the things that they're having to sort of think around as they try to live their daily lives? Because we know that communities are adapting. We are living today, but for the last month, for the last week, communities have been adapting to the changes. They adapt even without policy, they adapt even without action that comes from support from civil society. They will continue to adapt because that's their lived reality and experience. So we'd like to hear from Rowan.
Good morning. I'm Melody Masoko from representing Zambia. Some of the limitations that we face in climate policy. People believe that rural women or women in the people in the rural are not educated, but these people can express themselves using their local languages. So people don't intend to go there to go and hear their challenges or their views because they feel they are not educated or they don't have anything to say. And then when these people are invited, it's just for formality, more especially women, it's just for formality. When they say anything, they say that what they are saying is not important just because they are women. And then the other thing is that these women, there are a lot of things that they do, but because they are women, they are limited, their voices are not heard. Thank you.
The practical example, the practical interventions that the rural women's assembly is within the communities and how they are working with local communities to support climate change. What are the practical actions that you're doing at local?
Okay. Some of the practical things that we are doing as rural women are we are dealing with a number of authorities. There are a number of authorities, e.g., the green economy, the green economy, and then we've got the forest department on planting, the Ministry of Agriculture and Agroecology. And another thing,
Thank you very much. We had reflections around how we position rural women in our work, in our interaction. Because they have no formal education, we sideline them. So that's a reflection for us, a take-home point to kind of reflect on how we can enhance our programming, how we can enhance our development projects where we see them as change agents and actors who are very capable of contributing to climate action, even though they have no formal education, these are people who are living on the ground. For climate actors on the ground, on the front line, they don't see a Ministry of Health, they don't see a Ministry of Land, they don't see a Ministry of Green Economy, they don't even see a Ministry of Local Government. If you ask them, they won't even know the different ministries in their very distinct names. They will say to you, government. So for them, their interface is if we need water, we want government to engage. To what extent are we engaging and are we collaborating with them? So for them, their livelihoods are such an integrated thing, and climate change and climate shocks are affecting them in such an integrated way. The one community will experience a whole diverse range of issues that will range from health issues, it will impact on food security, it will impact on agriculture. So for them, they really need an integrated approach, and for them, their adaptation, the way they adapt is in an integrated way. So it would be very interesting for us to see how some of the recommendations and solutions that will be coming out of this draw on that reality. For them, climate shocks and climate actions impact them holistically. So what solutions can we give that holistic and would enable them to participate in it? So at this point, we'll come to here, and from you here about your work around accountability and how policy partners have been working to advocate to where the accountability gaps can be closed, because we know some of the accountability gaps. We know some of the gaps that exist around CSO decision makers engagement with that gets. So in your work, during the advocacy work that we do, what are some of the measures that you can recommend around enhancing those accountability gaps? And how can CSOs and communities effectively monitor government commitments? I know you've been doing some of that in your work, so it would be great to hear from your experience, some of those insights on what has worked and what you think can be done to enhance that. And from your perspective, what do you see the role of MPs as being in supporting transparency, accountability, and citizen participation in climate policy processes? Thank you.
Thank you for that. So my name is Adrian Zulu. I'm from an organization called Zambia. So Zambia is a human rights organization that advocates for the rights of food and nutrition in the context of economic, social, and cultural rights. So in Zambia, we've been working for over a decade, registered in 2018. So Zambia, we are an affiliate of International. When coming to the question, I think some of the works, I think some of the biggest accountability gaps that we have seen in governance framework in terms of weak enforcement. We know, I think many of the times we mentioned that as a country, we're a country of many and good policies. For we know that we have the climate change policy, we have the NGC, we have the really good strategy. But one of the challenges that we have seen there is issues around implementation, issues around monitoring remains limited when it comes to that. We also see issues around the fragmented coordination, where we see the Ministry of Green Economy and the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Agriculture not being distinct, of them working in silos, thereby getting education as well as creating gaps when it comes to climate justice. Another aspect that we have interacted with is what inclusivity. many of the times when it comes to policy, both the civil society as well as with the table for us to rubber stamp the policy that has already been. Not so long ago, we were part of validation of the policy, but don't know we were not part of the consultation. You could literally just see that we were just holding it just for them, just oh, these are the people that are consultation. When you go and interact with the community, not so long ago, we were trying to conduct a food assessment in terms of the money that has been put up as an agriculture for that was the case of farmers to sell the bags to FRA. But in our interactions with the community, there was no consultation whatsoever that was done. They received directly and they were able to sign those papers. And when it comes to issues of transparency, even the form itself is not given to the farmers. The forms themselves, you could literally see in terms of the community being involved in these policies remains a challenge. When we also look at it in terms of capacity, I think really in this forum we have discussed in terms of limited capacity at district level, in terms also in terms of capacity for them to carry out works around kind of justice. Also in terms of resources for them to be able to implement the national priorities related to that set up in these areas. Then moving on to the aspect in terms of monitoring, I think we feel that for us to be able to monitor the commitments that have been made, such as the NDC, the Green Growth Strategy, I feel that the budget structure as well as expenditure analysis remains one of the key things that lies for us to be able to track what are the allocations, particularly the ambitious spacing on climate funds. We know to say this coming Friday, the budget presentation that we made, but in that there is an opportunity for us to keep in and be able to follow in what is the allocation that has been allocated towards protection. Also, another platform that exists is for citizens platform, where citizens could then be able to use the mobile applications for them to be able to report, for them to be able to report in terms of how are these projects that have been implemented within these areas. As then we're currently developing a mobile app that allow the citizens to be able to report the different violations of the rights that are happening. So then that means that people can then be able to monitor on that part. But we also know to say that when it comes to smartphones and whatnot, due to the issues around infrastructure. So there's also another aspect of using the use of SST, where now as citizens can also then now use that as a platform for us to be able to log in and be able to report some of these implementation. I think we can cite an example. We know that in Uganda, have been used for them to be able to report money that is happening there. There's also another opportunity through the use of the dashboard, similar to the one. Okay, thank you. So we could also see the use of dashboards that also allows an opportunity for us to be able to track the real-time climate projects that are happening within these areas for us to be able to track. Lastly but not least, also community scorecards remain key platforms that we could then use for us to be able to provide a social audit and empower those for them to be able to assess the progress that has been made. Thank you very much for that, Vivian, and it's very insightful sharing that you've made. What I'm hearing from you is there are some accountability gaps that exist that speak to weak enforcement, limited monitoring, fragmented coordination among our ministries and different institutions. There's lack of coordination, people working in silos, which results in duplication.
poor consultation, people being left out and only being brought in to sort of rubber stamp and endorse plans that they've not been a part of. And you've also highlighted some other areas tapped into, for instance, the budget presentation creates a short moment, and there are platforms there that have around citizen engagement, so that's commendable. And also kudos to you and your team for developing a mobile app that will help to track violations against the right to food. So that will be interesting to see how that to community members. Also, I think again a reminder of the community scope. I think that's an important tool that we should look at and explore as we have our discussions. You brought up an interesting one, an example here of Uganda where they're using live monitoring and dashboards to sort of track deforestation and charcoal burning. Again, that still brings us back to alternative livelihoods. How are we development within these communities where we had people that have been stewards of these natural resources and they need livelihoods, and now they are intensifying with their charcoal burning? What alternatives, meaningful alternatives can we give them and present so that they move away from charcoal burning? It's not enough for us to be ambitious, we need to move to action. At this point, I would like to call for one round of questions, reflections, and comments. And as they respond, they will also do their closing remarks. We will take the MPs on this side and then we move this direction. Please help.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It's nice to hear from the young people. So my main comment is, one of the things that just want to say is that they ask, for states at the table. I think you need to move that to demanding. You ask you can either be given tonight or told to wait. But then you should change that approach to demanding instead of asking. And secondly, I also just wanted to mention that, for example, when we have things that affect our environment, for example, this kind of issue that we had the spillage into the river, what we expect is that your voice should be as loud. Most of the times when you also hear about the young people, is when it comes to but in the things that affect the environment, our young people's voices are not as loud as they should be. For example, I think it's not enough for us to sit behind the tables when the things that affect your future, instead, your voices should be as loud, because I do that still with better than noise, because you just hear there. So I think we should be able to speak as loud. NASA involved in mining. So when there's anything that affects the environment, we should hear from you and not very after some news items, everything that is happening, should be able to hear about the young people. The graduate demand is going to be as clear. And then someone said one day, there's a lot of demand just to be called to the table. The ones who need demand. Actually, this is the is really designed to be there. That means that we are designing most people that are going to so let's move from asking to demanding. Secondly, anything that affects the environment, let your voices be louder. Thank you very much to all the panelists. My contribution is that young people are asking policies and the decision making. A few excluded. Is that position? It's not true. Because as you see, you are there. Let's take, for instance, there's 156 members of parliament, right? Are we all here? But the whole Zambia, in about the 13 to 15 of us that are here, are represented. So the young people, you are represented in every forum that I have been to. You exist. That is the table. We tend to think that a decision-making table is very superior.
According to the decision-making table, is non-existent. A decision-making table is all of us sitting here. We are the decision makers. The young people are here, the CSOs are here, members of parliament are here, government institutions are here, everybody's here. Madam Musa mentioned earlier today, we all just feed into an existing program, something like that. Alone, we just tick the boxes. Even governance is like that. As you sit in this room, your voices are being heard. And there's people that are not even talking. They are glued to whatever they're inputting. It seems very simple, but then the decisions are being made in here. We will never meet the decision maker because we are the decision makers. What the young people need to advocate for is probably more funding. You need to go out there, speak to the young people in London, in Kasama, in Chicago, so that they need to understand what is climate action, what is climate justice, what are we talking about? Because when you look at that mobile app, it's mostly for the elderly people. What about the rural population? Where do they fit in? So I wish to say that we are all at the decision-making table. And sometimes if you take just yourself, Mr. Swala, to represent the entire youth population. But now it's about how do you get to disseminate to the rest of the youth? How do we have other youth help with the knowledge that you know? When we sit as a parliament, there's something happening between the six of us as I mentioned. But we cannot understand, because somebody is sitting on my shoulder. They all don't have to come and say, we also want to speak. We speak for them. So realize that you have a huge voice, you have a huge task. The youth residing you, they are on your shoulders, and all the other youth organizations try to get together. So there's no need to say you want to come to the decision-making people. It does not exist. You'll never see it. Because even if anyone told me, there's no decision maker here. Please raise your hand. Not like it.
But I make decisions as well.
You only the decision, but you are not the decision maker. Whatever we discuss here will end up somewhere. Because for this to be what is already existing. Then, whatever decisions we make at that level, we just have to coexist with them and be part of them. Not all decisions that are made in this country make all of us happy, but we have to live with it. Not all those make us happy. Let's just look at cyber laws. Was everyone happy? Cyber laws, don't we? So let us be a little bit more open-minded. The young people, you are there. You are part of the decision-making table. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll thank you for really open the case of CEO. I think maybe you like our vice honorable very submitted. What I'll tell you is like I say that the young people are the same people. But the young people, you have an opportunity. In parliament, we have young parliamentarians. And honorable this one. She's a young parliamentarian. You can come up when we have the private members do it. You are by you to push it parallel. That's the principle. So let's keep on CGIP committee. We have a young person. According to the unit ratio, we have a young person, we have a separate person. Those are practicing these are Nigerian institutional constituents. You use the young person, find voice on the CGIP committee. You are already represented. And when you talk of decision making, one thing I've realized in this country, everyone thinks to make decisions, you have to be parliament. Even in the church, they are leaders who can make decisions. So it's important that the young people have one agenda that you want you to go to parliament. You can identify young parliamentarians, sit down with them, propose a draft, then they'll take it to the Senate party of parliament where they'll push, and the young person, the young parliamentarian, present it to parliament. And
he or she will not be among members of parliament to support that agenda. And then I want to find out from Care for Nature in her presentation, she was talking about children. So I want to understand, was she talking about children or youth? So I think we need to clarify that the children cannot be part of that category of your presentation. It has to be young people. And then what? Women not being part of decision making. Like I said in the young people, how many human beings? If someone has decided to go to parliament, why can't you come and sit down with me? It's not just you to be in parliament. And then find people who are ready to be in parliament, come up with an agenda, sit down with them, we do the draft. As a parliament, we know where to take the better model to be flourished so that it's presented in parliament. And like this mindset of saying, I have to be there. As long as I'm not there, then women are not presented. I think it's wrong. But the most smart thing also is that we go with male leaders. She was talking about the issue of gender in planning, most of the planning where women are not involved. For sure, I'll give you an example of a project I was doing gender and energy planning in Parliament. There was this donor who wanted to fund a project in energy. So when they called for a meeting, the only people who came for that meeting were men. And the donor asked, what are the challenges that you have with the head of energy system? They said, we don't have land for grazing. Meanwhile, the donor had money for household energy. So they said, no, we don't have land for grazing. And the issue of household energy didn't come out. The donor went back. Why? Because the women are not connected. So it's also important to the communities when we call for a meeting, invite all parties involved, the young people, the women, and the men, so that everyone will bring out their issues and those who want to help us. They will see the need in that community that this community is what they want. So for sure, men and women will be left behind, men and youth, women and youth will be left behind. But we still have a platform as long as you identify the other category that may help you. That's what I think.
So we have I'll take the last two first.
I just wanted to learn more on the application that is being designed by India. In the sense that since this is a transport application, have we done an assessment in terms of this accessibility in rural as well as urban? Because access to smartphones differ the region. So how is it scalable in rural as well as the urban? Secondly, when it comes to secondly, ensure accountability to individuals, but how have you tried to integrate the components, the kind of data trying to generate or get the feedback that the application is trying to get in terms of not limiting it to just to access to also integrating what the stewards are doing, integrating what the satellite committees are doing so that we can use that data to make decisions, especially related to response
The last question that we can raise in the session, I know it was time.
Thank you very much for on the submission. But I think that is good to appreciate that. But the key question I'm asking at the end is for you to try and give us an objective assessment in terms of inclusivity and the presentation. Would you say we are improving or maybe we are static or probably regressing? Because like the current communities have been taken, that can be a trend. If you take it like just at the national level, we have the clusters as a groups for the age national development plan. When you get our cluster, the environmental cluster, it's actually co-chaired and the secretary and representative from the civil society organization. I think that will and it goes up like that. In the consultations that take our ABC vision and objective, it was launched in August. Literally having a launch, we made sure that there was a youth on the table speaking with the minister level. We followed up with all consultation processes. We have been to various youth events, received submissions up to the validation. The challenge we are having with also should give feedback from government side is we understand we are providing for civil society, this is appreciated. But the numbers, of course, are also a challenge to make. When the network was formed, for us, that was a relief, like a coordinated structure. You write to one institution, and then they pick an organization that is specializing in comes as a representative. For example, being a meeting and have to write to 30 civil society organizations, where would the other participants come? That's the issue of representation that we have on those again. So ultimately, yes, we agree we need to be more coordinated from government side, but I think it's the same from your side, the civil society organization. A bit more coordination so that there is a representation. We just have to invite 10, 15 CSOs. We invite one organization that is specializing in that, and then there is feedback from others. But my question is your comment on where we are on inclusivity and representation, how do you create that?
Thank you very much for those questions and calls to action. So we want to please strong reminders from the Honorable around you at the table. There is no decision making table. This is the table that we're all at. So in your questions and responses, kindly also include your wrap up so that we can make room for our group discussions. So, this includes your conclusion as well, your reflection how you want to
Thank you very much. I guess the way of starting is to say that when we have to sit at the table, it's not because we are, it's on the basis that we just want to sit at the table and be part of the feast. We want to be able to add to the whole of what we're voting. And so, yes, sometimes the intention that young people just want to sit at the table because they are young. That's not necessarily the case. And one at the beginning of the conversation, I said, this is about safeguarding the future. It's an intergenerational problem that we have to face and accept. We cannot live in a society, and this is specific to democracy, we understand. But it should not be for us, it should be with us. And yes, Honorable makes reference to, but let me just read the order properly. And Honorable says we have to demand. And one of the things that we actually want to, probably not preemptive, but what we are looking for is for water systems in some of these institutionalized processes and institutionalized communities that are there. Because I think for the longest time, asking is one thing, but then if there's no political will that are there, it's not that's going to change. And so maybe the only way that allows us to be at the table to be included is going to ask for water systems that are properly insulated in legislation and assure us that we're going to have a seat at the table and able to make decisions. But also for the issue of the side of networks, we be very careful in not wanting to make noise around it. Because firstly, this is an issue that needs to be approached with the proper facts, scientific data that supports it. We do not want to make noise about it. Last year, April, the movement that I do lead, and I think one of the team will remember that we did take a protest at their ministry, requesting the climate change bill to be passed. Few months down the line, by December, that bill was actually passed Parliament and it was passed as an act of Parliament. So we just don't sit and say we're going to be quiet and there's justice, but we also do get to the the streets and demand for accountability and mechanisms to be put in place, but also we do waste some of the things that are there. We just don't want to become empty zealous and supporting. So with the side of the issue, we are not quiet. We are waiting for progress and taking data to guide our interventions as well, even as well for the civil society. But also, according to the UNFPA, 6.7 of the population is Zambia between the ages of 15 to 35. So, again, just to remember the fact that, yes, we do understand that the table is here. But what we do here is nothing but recommendations that can either be taken or be rejected. And so when you recommend, it's like I give you my opinion of things that I think should be done in a level way. There's a PS and a minister, probably at the ministerial level, that is going to decide what becomes policy of that particular direction that we're supposed to take. And so for us, yes, we do understand that there are different parliaments that are representing the demographics of young people is representative democracy, but not the same that that is not enough. We need more youth voices to be heard. We need more youth voices to be included on the table. Let's two cases. Being at the table is one thing, but being able to make decisions and being able to influence policy and decision making is completely another different issue. Lastly, to maybe also just respond to Director Shima on the issue and let my colleagues also respond to it. Are we making progress in terms of CSO and social vice versa in terms of engaging them? Yes, sometimes I understand that as civil society in our own areas in terms of our coordination, especially in as young people, because we want to work in silos, this one wants to do this, and this one wants to do that. And I think there's a need for us to better coordinate ourselves and be able to speak with one voice. But also, I think we need to ensure that we get to a point where, as women and civil society, we have a proper engagement strategy that will enable us to have a proper relationship on how we engage, the rules of engagement, and we know how to hold ourselves accountable, because I think that strategy will also provide us with mechanisms of holding each other accountable and see who's failing at what. So, what we be completing remarks again to emphasize on this. We are not asking to sit at the table because we are young. We are capable, and what we are fighting for is a future that we should preserve for the future generations to come. And so our ask to sit at the table is not because we just want to sit at the table. Not to look down at the people who want to decide for you, nothing is saying. But I think the young folks also should sit at the table and be able to self-determine what their future will look like. They can never do anything for us without us. Thank you. So, a quick comment. On the mobile app, so the mobile app, what we call on functionality to be both offline mode as well as USSD mode. So in areas where the network is bad, we understand that yesterday areas where the connectivity is bad. So the mobile app on its own to have an offline mode to be able to use USSD for those that can have internet there. And then the app itself will also have functionality for them to reach out to other stakeholders, human rights community, social economy, and all other different stakeholders. I mean, in terms of inclusivity, in terms of participation, I would say it is improving. I think generally looking for more and improve, but I think there's still more that needs to be done. I think issues around short notice, issues around the expression that is usually centered around the urban segments, and thereby excluding the community, the rural communities, so that neglected. Also, I feel part of the feedback mechanism as these processes. That is my view.
For me, I would say youth speed, capacity building, and empowerment. And then the other thing is that let the climate change start from the lower and upper grade. Let this climate change in a lower and upper grade, in a lower and upper grade curriculum. so that they can be aware of climate change. And then the other thing that I will talk about is the demands that we need as youth. We need simple youth grants, and then since I'm standing here for the rural people, I feel climate change has more impact on rural people than us in urban areas, because those people stay in urban areas. You can look for a peace break if there's drought, you can wash, you can go in industries and look for peace break. But for those people in rural areas, they just depend on rain season. When it's rain season, you find that there is drought, meaning they'll wait for 2 seasons without food. Thank you so much. Honorable from Kankata, your question on the children, the age. Allow me to quote the children's code act, which was enacted, that describes the child. Who's a child? A child is a person from 0 to 18 years. But the child that I'm trying to talk about here is a child who's 15 years and up to 18. Reason being why these children are able to understand the issues that concern them. We cannot bring a child of 10 years at the table to discuss the technical issues, no. So the children that we've been working with, it's these children who are able to understand those technical issues. Because we believe that children, they have got their own unique challenges and they have their own suggestions that they can propose. Thank you, I've answered your question. Then I'll talk about inclusivity that Mr. Zima spoke about. I'm sure we are heading somewhere. We are heading somewhere because from our end as Care for Nature Zambia, we've seen some of children who participated even at international level, like children from the rural areas, and we see some community women who also participated at the intervention that happened in South Africa. I think we are heading somewhere. When you have to achieve a certain goal, we need a collaborative effort. CSO working together with the government as well as with the church. I think I would urge my fellow citizens in my closing remarks to say we've got work to do, especially in the communities where we are working from. We need to ensure, we need to encourage our community members to take interest in participating in developmental issues. And to our LPs, I would also ask if you can ensure that those platforms, participation platforms in our communities, like the businesses, are well strengthened for the communities to participate. Because those community platforms, they are known by those community members. So it's easier for them to voice out their issues. Thank you. Thank you very much for those insightful reflections and responses to the questions that were raised. We received some data regarding participation in decision making and engagement in policy processes. And this data is for us to really reflect on the table. There was a comment to say that the table is not favorable for women and young people. It's very difficult to access. And there was a response to say no. The table, there's the table. Where the table is difficult to access, we should be asked, we should be demanding. Just for us to reflect on. Participation of women in the process. Then in the councils, we are sitting at 90%. Then right now brings us to sort of out of those percentages really lie low. And it's wonderful that in the speakers
the speaker's opening remarks, she did flag that efforts were being made that was championing more inclusivity within participation processes and policy processes for women to participate. So I think it's a journey that we have to keep walking. It's a process that we have to keep reflecting upon so that we don't lose sight of that inclusivity, that inclusion. It's great that we're making strides. More and more young people are being represented, more and more young people are being seen to be taking action around issues that affect them. It's not enough that we're seeing pockets of engagement and pockets of interaction. We need to see themselves, the women themselves, the different CSOs working more collaboratively. From Director that it has now been easier for them through this coalition, through this network, to now engage with the CSOs. And we must commend the CSO leadership team for bringing us together to network and collaborate so that, yes, we now have meaningful engagement. Because with the multitude of civil society organizations that exist, we can't really struggle to interact because they would have interacted with one, but because of lack of coordination, we would not know that they were interacting with. And therefore, we then claim that there was no consultation. Representation and key benefits are important. So we urge our participants here, that these interactions that they've been a part of should not end here. The insights, the way forward, the recommendations need to trickle back and filter back for that work within our communities, the networks, the activists that were not represented, the other women's organizations that were not represented. And in reflecting and closing, I think we'd like to emphasize that we are hoping to see at the end of this session, the end of the day, solutions that speak to inclusivity, solutions that speak to enhanced engagement and collaboration between CSOs and members of parliament. Well, we try to way forward and speak to building solidarity around issues that matter and inclusion for people that are at the grassroots, the frontline communities. What does this look like for them? How are we going to unpack policy processes and how are we going to use our various funding vehicles and platforms to support youth innovation? Countries are recently innovating and coming up with tools and gadgets that are enabling rural communities to access data and access information. That's a challenge for us in this room. How are we going to leverage on existing funding tools to be able to do that, to innovate, to get data and information? And beyond that, how are we going to collaborate and come to a place where we don't just work around having meetings and meetings, as to the kind of meetings, but how are we driving practical solutions and how are we really elevating the voices of those that matter in this climate action? With that, from the Southern Africa Trust, we say thank you. To give our moderator to bring us to the next session.
Thank you. Anyway, there was one time, I know I was supposed to get into, you know, you say something. Yeah. But because of time, so we obviously make time to plan very well, so that we all that which was packaged that we presented the participants to publish. And we are good, because I think we need to be guided before we have to break for lunch now. Yesterday, we broke for lunch around 18:40. So I don't know if we can do that now, but we won't be given a signal yet. So maybe in the interest of time, as you can look at your program, there are still more presentations to be done. And if you think the remaining presentations after lunch, according to the program, they are more doing finance. You know, now money issues, there's a presentation from SEC, presentation from Zanago. So that from the policy issues we discussed and everything else, let's not talk about money. So and I think it's very important also that we talk about money and see how this will collaborate with members of parliament, maybe at constituency level, but whatever level, to mobilize capital for investment in your respective constituencies. So, like now, oh, all right. So that is giving out coupons, break for lunch. Okay, so this is all 50, 14 hours per month. If we can start by 14 hours to 14 then we'll catch up. So let's immediately after we get back. This is the last day, but some colleagues who are leaving, going back to Osaka, so we don't have want to delay them so much. Thank you so very much for your attention, and see you after lunch. specialist in those staff who belong to us to this presentation, pointing to the certain important aspects of this presentation in 15 minutes. I usually joke like this. So I apologize if what I'm going to say will sound like an insult. I apologize in advance. I need your attention. Our presentation going forward should be as short as the means gets to attract the attention of the man and long enough to cover all the essentials. Are we together? Okay? So, Ramati, your floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Martin. I'm coming from an organization called SAT, not the other SAT, but this SAT here, which is SRI Africa Pro. We are a youth-focused organization that is looking at adolescent health and young people's health, especially around sexual reproductive health. We are part of the regional organization working in Southern Africa. And within the focus of our work, we look at HIV, GBV, and modern contraception, around advocacy, access to services, and agencies for young people. Our mantra is youth health. We believe in young people leading services, service access. And as I present, I just want to acknowledge people from the SRI space. Please raise your hands, colleagues. SRI space, yes, the organizations that are working with us. So the presentation that we are making here resonates with the thinking of the people from the SRI space. I just wanted to draw the attention of members here to what SRIH is from our perspective. And from us, there are 9 components that speak to SRH. And these are GBV, STIs, abortions, reproductive cancers, contraception, infertility, maternal and neonatal health, that is mother and child health, and HIV. And the 9th component is menstrual health management. These are the components that when I say SRH, that's what we are referring to. And this presentation is facilitated with our UNFPA, having given a brief background of who we've been in operation here in Zambia since 1990. And largely our focus has been HIV response. But on this slide, we are focusing on the 3 HIV, GBV, and contraception. Obviously, it's very difficult not to talk about STIs. We think that even in climate change, when there is a crisis, issues of HIV will still show their head, issues of GBV will show itself, STIs and many others will still come in. So just to amplify these voices, allow me to invite Dr. Kauka to speak to our presentation. Dr. Kauka. And I want to acknowledge our director here, Madam Leganti, the director for SAT here in Zambia.
Thank you very much. The fact that my name doesn't appear on the program is no suggestion that I've changed my name. My name remains the same from the day I was born until now. I remain Wezika. Yeah, thank you so much, Martin. I thought you please contextualize SRHR, and then we can speak to SRHR in the context of climate change. And so, very quickly, I thought we should just bring to light some evidence and the impact thereof, and then ask ourselves a few pertinent questions. As I've been given the floor, allow me to bring to mind of my experiences interacting with youth, and particularly when we had a panel discussion. I was talking with one of them as we were going for lunch. I said, perhaps we need to find how all us. We always to be at the table, but maybe times with this opportunity. I was meeting last week, interacting with the youth, and they were asking for the same thing. And somebody gave an illustration that a youth was invited to a meeting, and in that meeting were 4 heads of state. And about 15, 16 ministers of different countries. And when given the opportunity to speak to the members that gathered, they were asking for the table. At the end of the meeting, they said, we thought what you had on the table was massive, and you missed the opportunity to speak to the table because the table was big. And I hope that we can recognize that sometimes the table looks like the one that we have today. And instead of looking for it, it is time to speak to it. Because at that table, the decision makers, as well as the opportunities that we've all been looking for, to air our views and be able to be part of the conversation. So as I make this presentation, I hope that behind the curtain, it defines that table that we've been looking at out for, and perhaps can actually share when we look at the evidence and look at how we can intervene. When I was asked to do this presentation, it was co-created by colleagues from the coalition of civil society organizations that are working on SRHR, and I'm also in UNFPA was also involved. And they gave me 46 slides, and I told them I needed 4 hours to run through the slides. So I will try, since the chair has already given me a fast, what I should have to that. Now, when we're talking about Zambia, I want to draw your attention to this, and I'm sure that all of you have had opportunities to look at several documents that present themselves out. And one of the things is that when you look at climate-related overseas development assistance and begin to look at those that identify gender equality as the main objective, as many as these projects or development assistance exist, only 1.5% actually identify gender as a critical element in the financing. And yet, on the other side, when you look at space like climate, 80% of people that are displaced. I know that this can call for a lot of debate because of the way households structure, but basically what we're looking at is when we look at the front end of displacement and begin to examine what is happening, we actually find 80% is the women that bear the brunt of that displacement. And I know we haven't reached these numbers yet, like 1.5 degree rise in temperature, but actually it's been projected that should we get to that, we're going to have this global and this will millions of people into this. That's happening in South Asia. These are the two regions with the highest rate of child marriage and female-genital mutilation, which I know is not that rampant in our area. But you begin to see why, for instance, we are associating this abject poverty to child marriage. And perhaps we'll speak to that as we go along. But it's also been shown that when you look at single-headed houses in low and middle income countries, we know that for households that are single-headed, the loss in income as a result of just is 8% higher than male-headed households. The additional income loss is not compared to male-headed households in the tune of 3%. And then 34% of income loss of female-headed households would actually occur with just 1 degree Celsius rise in temperature. We want to have a conversation about the fact that climate change has lasting impact on the profits, unfortunately affects women and girls. Emerging evidence has shown us that the direct and indirect impacts of climate change on women and girls and marginalized groups actually is a lot more pronounced if we can use a lens that helps us delve into SRSR and harmful practices. And for us in this region, what we basically look at harmful practice is a practice that gets children and they are given away as brides. Now, sometimes when we speak to this, it doesn't seem until we begin to look at the catastrophic outcomes of child marriage. And I usually like telling stories that come from clinical practice of what we see when you have child-headed households. And as we go along, I think perhaps we refer to that. So the academic pathway as well as the academic pathway. And we also see the risks of GBV and child marriage are shown to increase when there's stress and scarcity in our regions or in our constituencies, as it were. So maybe sharing a framework just on how there is an intersection between climate change as well as child marriage. And I know that there are people in our midst that have worked in the rural areas where this is mostly rampant. And I hope that when we come to the Q&A, I'm not the one who will be answering questions. I'd like us to get home to the ground and actually bring out these vices because we see them in our day-to-day life. Because what we see is there's an increase in environmental practices. They become more and more frequent. We are seeing this because what we're seeing is we're seeing extreme temperatures. I think we have recorded temperatures like 41 degrees Celsius, especially in the valley areas, southern province. Such temperatures are being recorded. Water shortage is something we cannot belabor and talk about. In most of the calamities that we experience, heat, drought, where most of our water points actually run dry, we see that even water for animals is scarce. There is soil degradation What my grandmother used to plant in those days, and it would grow without fertilizer. And you and I can have a conversation. When the books tell you that you can get up to 8 to 10 metric tons of maize out of there, those of us here that are trying to have farming will tell you that now we are getting what? 2 metric tons. So our sources have been great, and we have lost the biodiversity. If you have tried your backyard farm, or even just a garden, I remember growing up, Dad used to grow tomatoes. We'd probably spray once and get a good yield. Then to get a box of tomatoes, you need to spray 17 different chemicals. You even lose track of money. And these are realities. You may ask me, how does that relate to something especially migration, movement, forces, and instability? But what you see in this area, you go to our rural community, and here is a man, a girl child. He's looking at the girl child as a source of income for children. Number one less mouth to feed, and one cow in the crowd to give away. Imagine. My sister from 1 says it's 4. Motivation from 1,000 to 4. Because we have lost our fields, we have lost our life. The easiest thing is to give away this 15-year-old. I can hear some names inside. My friend, the bank, reality. I should take the response. In 30 seconds, they say ahead. In 90 seconds, I want to mention that we hear things like, yeah. You know, others are saying reality, but these are the realities. Let me bring it home. When I used to sit in my clinical practice, and this young girl was given away in marriage, I had a 13-year-old waking up north in Bonn who came to the hospital. How do you remember? The time they arrived at the hospital, the baby in the womb was not alive anymore. Examining this girl, what was evident? I am not saying it in paper because it drives the message home. I will wait to number time to me. But you know, this girl had been pinched. Yes. For not being woman enough. For not being woman enough, she fell to the river. 3 days meant that 13 years old. 3 days in labor meant that infection had set in. Because of the pressure of the head, blood had to get out. Yes, that's it. I've read a man from this side saying history. This is a communication between the bladder and the vagina, meaning that this communication has no sphincter. She can't stop urine from coming out. The next thing is that she's a social outcast. Because there's no way a woman can go around and be accepted in society. Now, my question is, do you think such a girl will go back to school? No. The man who crunches numbers and looks at things, what's the economic cost to this book? And what are the economic losses for this country because of drugs that led this little girl being married For 4 counts. So this is what we see. Young and right families marrying their daughters home, and males lose access to education, and efforts to protect the daughters from sexual violence. You'll see some of the voices as we go out. But this is food for thought. Again, this is just another presentation of the pathways to climate change and child environment. I think I can bring about real life situations. Oftentimes when we sit in these meetings, we listen to statistics and sometimes fail to place the trace behind those statistics. There was 13,000 mentioned, and I think that was an understatement of children that drop out of school. We have higher numbers, and I know most people will tell me there's a re-entry policy. I like the re-entry policy, but one of the things we fail to do is to quantify the losses first at individual level, at family level, community level, and at country level. And it all stems out of an area that sometimes we don't do justice to when it comes to doing our assessment. I mentioned yesterday, given an opportunity to speak, is that oftentimes when we do our vulnerability assessments, what we are looking at is, have they lost their house? Have they lost their field? So they've lost their field. Because they've lost their field, they've lost their food. But beyond that, what else have they lost? I think in one of my slides, I share some voices from communities. The reality is that if Martin's house was swept by the floods, mine stood, the chances are that he will come to me and ask of me for some little shelter where I'm waiting for DMN to bring the shelter. And the shelter that he's asking for includes that of a girl child. What happens to the girl child, I'll leave you to come and comment when it comes to Q&A. But these are some of the areas we're looking at: sexual violence, dowry price, loss of livelihoods, and as a coping mechanism is just to keep them away from marriage. There's also the issues of displacement. And the next slide basically speaks to the losses that we see in flood situation where clinics are cut off, clinics will be washed away, and we actually see that in terms of impacts, we have increased numbers of women that suffer detrimental outcomes of pregnancy. And then we have maternal nutrition. And oftentimes what we don't speak to is because the mother has lost their nutrition, the outcome, we celebrate if it's a live birth. But remember that for the brain to mature before birth, it requires nutrition. In the absence of it, everybody's person become sick. Just manage that. That we forget where all these things are coming from. So this is just another way of presenting how climate change can actually affect us. Some of the people that we think are very resilient, has anyone asked themselves, especially when you look at the rural communities, or even in Lusaka, those of us that live in Lusaka, and look at the floods in Kanyama, has anyone asked the mental torture that presents on the adolescent? I was talking with colleagues outside, and I hope that researchers in our midst can probably take this up. It's disheartening that hardly a week passes without a student taking their life. Have you observed that? It's a student taking their life. What's and it's mental health. What's the origin of that mental health? Can we ever relate it to the struggles that ensue because of the climate change and its impact on the economy of the household. Sometimes we think big, we're looking at the economy of the country without knowing that it all starts at the household. Food for thought. Story about this crowded slide, but this is what we meant to see, and we're going to share these slides, is to say that these impacts we're talking about actually run full cycle. The effects start during pregnancy and perinatal and postnatal period, where we actually have antenatal services suffering because the clinic has been washed away, my house has been washed away. I'm looking at spending for my family instead of going for my antenatal clinic, or perhaps going back for my family planning clinic. In childhood, we cannot finish this subject without talking about diarrheal diseases that go up during start. So you know what is happening? That woman is a 3-year-old, and I was asking somebody if there's any community to the contrary, is that 80% of this subsistence farming that we talk about and brag about bumper harvest is being done by the women. Yeah. Anyone to the contrary? So if it is being done by these women and they are 3-year-old child and diarrheal disease,
It's being done by women under supervision of men.
Under their leadership.
I will not dispute. You come and respond to how that supervision looks like. We put it together with the request for a table, and then we'll discuss the supervision. Adolescents are equally affected. And especially, let's talk about the girl child. You and I know that even without floods, without drought, menstrual hygiene is a challenge. What more when there's no water? So when she stops work, one of the things we have failed to cost and challenging economists to start looking at is social security after retirement. I've got a live example of a young lady. Now, this one was as a result of pregnancy. Instead of joining the world of work somewhere around 24, they joined the world of work at 40. If they go by the retirement age of 55, they would have made contributions for only 15 years. How much social security in terms of pension is there?
Very inadequate.
Could it be? And so that then increases what the economists, when they're looking at the demographic dividend, and they start looking at the older population and the dependency ratio. Sometimes it actually begins from this, and this is why our appeal is, how can we ensure that our vulnerability assessments are comprehensive enough to bring out some of the things? Just to bring it a little bit home, in Zambia, we've talked about limited access to water, impact of droughts, and impact of floods. And I think I'm preaching to the choir because you see these things in practice beyond what we see when we sit in our offices and we do there. But we've actually seen it compromising menstrual hygiene, leading to reduced self-esteem and school absenteeism. But also, it's just normal dynamics at the household level that when the drinking water well that was close to the family has run out, and the girl child picks up back to go to school, the reaction from the parents, Nancy first, then you go to school. Oh, there's also fire. Right, now this, the voice I was talking about is here. It's not fabricated. As girls, when the rains destroy our houses, parents children, we honor and we have in the neighborhood. While there, we are taking advantage of my boys and living in that house where we will be sheltered. The other question we ask, oftentimes when we are counting tents distributed by DMNU, how many sanitary facilities do we count? I spoke to this as opportunities for employment and agriculture decrease due to changes in water availability. What happens? Women often seek for other livelihood options and income to support their family. One of them is recourse to sex work just for livelihood. I think we have spoken to this on pregnant women and wife failure. Right. I put in this slide just to provoke our discussions. I'm glad that my colleague Director from Ministry of Green Economy and Environmental Protection is in here. Because there were a few of us at the table when you were explaining things. I thought I should keep the slide here. Now, the 46 slide panel, which I can share with all of you, had an analysis that was done when we looked at national adaptation plans from across Southern Africa. And what we were looking for is the extent to which SRHR is addressed. The extent to which, in fact, health in broader terms is addressed. I know that Director here explained to us where we should be looking for these things, especially that these adaptation plans are high-level documents, and sometimes they mask what we are looking for. But one of the things, again, I'm challenging the August House here, is that we need better data and evidence to strengthen the national level evidence on the impact of climate change on SRHR. And perhaps we need to move from documenting things for clinical practice to be able to bring out the magnitude of these problems at community level, as experienced by members of parliament and the rest of us. SRHR vulnerability assessments. Climate impact on SRHR should be integrated into vulnerability assessments with requisite indicators. Because most of the times, like I've been saying, we are quick to say, okay, shelter has been lost, we bring in tents. Their fields have been washed away, we bring in food. But do you know what happens when women queue up to receive that? How much sexual exploitation goes around? And so I'm challenging my friend near me motivation on how adequate the supervision is when going through. Thank God. Right. I'm told to quickly wind. Financing and accountability. We're looking for greater support, funding and evaluation for adaptation and resilience UPF, and gender and equality representation. We need to scale up gender transformation, climate action through the inclusion of this SRHR. I can guarantee when you look at it through the lens of this SRHR, you'll actually unearth a lot of issues around gender equality and how that we need to change the way we address things. I cannot finish my presentation without bringing this out, especially that we have an opportunity to interact with our lawmakers. It's collaboration on looking at the gap analysis as we look at the UN framework on climate change. And it's important if we are able to engage with our colleagues from across, especially as we look at the COP30, again directly take time to explain to us. And we actually noted that sometimes it's as a result of inadequate representation. When you go in for negotiations, they clock the night. And if you have sent one honorable member alone, the time they're trying to make the critical decision, back home it's midnight, where they are is 16 hours. So his body refuses to respond to the clock on his hand and responds to the clock in his head. And when they pass the resolution, he's fast asleep. His name appears on the list of contributors. So that's our ask. How can we lobby to ensure that we have adequate representation when such meetings gather? Advocacy to multilateral climate funds on financing. We remember when they did the Mentimeter, that financing was a critical component. And for us, what we're looking at is that there are these options that where you can have conditional and unconditional budgets. The problem we have is we put too much emphasis on conditional budgets and think that we're going to move the needle. Because the conditional budget is dependent on your neighbor giving you the money. But this is where we want to champion domestic resource fund and mobilization for some of the critical things that we want to do. Then integration into key national climate policies and budgetary allocations. We'll be receiving the budget this Friday. Right? My appeal to honorable members of Parliament is, can we have a critical eye at the allocations to climate change adaptation, but also use the SRHR lens and look at how much of it is actually going to respond to those needs. And then we cannot belabor the point of looking at supporting capacity building and research efforts to key actors. And this is my question again to the parliamentarians. We need to do a lot of research and development in our country, but we know that a lot of our research is driven by donor financing. How can we get solutions to our problems if we can't allocate adequate resources in our budgets towards research and development? And so, for the director, I'm asking the members of Parliament as they look at the LDC 3.0 to ask ourselves this question: the extent to which the needs of women and youth are addressed. Have we dealt with enough examples of impact and case studies, some of which I was trying to highlight, as we point to what it is that we want to be in there? How were young people referenced and engaged in the NBC process? And this is the issue of looking for a table when you're sitting at the table, but you think it's outside, when it's actually where you are. But these are critical things that we need to be able to look at. Issues of SRHR, GBV, and how the practice is well reflected and budgeted. And remember, I was talking about the budget conditional and unconditional. If we seriously want to address child marriage in this country, where is the budget sitting? Is it on direct budget support from some donor out there, or is it actually on the domestic resources that we have mobilized and we want to drive that agenda as a people? I want to leave us with that statement and promise that if you want access to the 46 slides, they are available. Climate change is already happening. It's not a discourse for tomorrow. It's here with us. Okay. And if it is happening and it is likely to worsen, it is imperative that we act and adapt, including through upholding sexual and reproductive health rights as a foundation of resilience and of the sustainable well-being of societies overall. This is a statement that I'm quoting from the immediate past executive director of the UNFPA. I hope this presentation provokes your question, it provokes thoughts on why it is important that our vulnerability assessment are very elaborate, going down to the happenings, especially at the level in as far as the SRHR is concerned. So,
thanks for that presentation. A round of applause once again. Okay, so can we? I've never seen students putting into their hands before the teacher gives them. Because no one follows. Okay. All right, so reactions, comments, try to be brief, at least 10 seconds. Your questions or comments or reactions. So in the next 10 minutes, we'll be moving to the next segment. I'll start with Honorable Kangombe. Okay, then I'll start with here, and then I'll just go around like that.
Thank you, moderator. John, thank you for your presentation. I see why you asked for minutes, because it's important that we are guided. Mine is a comment, and I'll repeat what I said yesterday. We are doing sector budget analysis. I'm commenting on the response to this thought-provoking presentation you've done. So since we are doing sector budget analysis, under health, there are programs that are meant to deal with some of the concerns you raised. Under infrastructure, issues to do with accessibility to SRHR services, there must be a line that is dealing with infrastructure. Under local government, there must be a program that might be attempting to deal with some of these challenges. My comment, therefore, would be, is it possible that we can have a session, may not be today, to simply look at which activities in a national budget attempt to deal with how we minimize the impact of climate change on access to SRHR? That would be my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kangombe. I will start here. Brief. Then Honorable Swenson, then after Honorable.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Goma, for that presentation. Everyone that was there now. But let me just bring straight to the issues that you did raise around some of the issues that we see that lead to issues like GDP, even at household level because of climate change, in relation to things like food security, because these families are able to properly be able to provide for themselves. And I think as part of the solutions, I think one of the things that we should be having as discussions as Africans is around issues of food sovereignty and our own food systems. And I think we've seen for the longest time that what we've been trying to use as food systems, and I think we cannot delink this from the issue of livelihood, is that whatever seeds are coming from these big multinational companies have been problematic. In terms of yields, in terms of getting the right results that we want from them, they have been problematic, and we have to depend on the fertilizers for us to be able to get the yields. So I think it would be very imperative that even as we have these conversations, the conversations around issues of agroecology as an alternative to ensuring that we are having proper yields and ensuring security should be part of the conversations in linking these issues to matters of preserving issues of that come as a result of climate change. Second, sorry, Chair, it's around the issues of infrastructure. We know that the government has lumped so much money on CTF. The problem that we have here is sometimes the quality of work that have been done on the CTF projects leave much to be desired. Correct. Central government, I think, I don't know the mechanism, but I think central government has given power to the councils to be able to erect all these structures, schools and health posts. What we need to be looking at right now is when this infrastructure is coming up, I think it's important for the Minister of Green Economy, the Minister of Infrastructure, and the Minister of Local Government to ensure that as they're putting up this infrastructure, it should be infrastructure that is climate resilient. We cannot be putting money on a school which is being built without the proper materials, and then it's blown off in one season. That's a sheer waste of money. So I think there's a need for these ministries to properly collaborate, ensure that whatever structures are coming out of CTF in these rural areas, especially where they're needed the most, they are sort of climate resilient to whatever conditions that might come as a result of the impacts of climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. She has taken a bit of what I wanted also to touch on. So CGF responding to climate change and also responding to SRHR issues. I think we need to do also a lot in documenting, Dr. Kauka, what CGF has done. To end in the morning today, we're looking at how many schools we built in CGF. In my constituency, one of the challenges that I realized was the cause of teenage pregnancies was the fact that the child needed to walk for 22 kilometers for them to be able to access school. That meant that children needed to be given a loan to once there with a relative somewhere for them to be able to attend school. And that brought about a lot of teenage pregnancies. But then with us taking schools closer to the children, and the schools that taking the kids is saying, one of the things that I was managing in my constituency is that first of all, it's solar power. Secondly, they should come with water harvesting techniques because we don't want just water. So what I'm trying to say is that when it comes to SRHR issues, we need to document how CGF has also impacted, for example, teenage pregnancies and things like that. I think we need to document more in addition to that. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable. Next.
Thank you very much. I wanted to speak to the budget allocation. I can see that we gathered here today, even yesterday. You are calling the NGOs and everybody here as a coalition. Yes, members of parliament can support the budget allocation. But how does it come to members of parliament? So we must look at where it starts from. When the budget comes to parliament, it's got a ceiling. We can't change it. If they say it is 60 billion, it ends there. We can't change it. So who's supposed to do the first things first? It's yourselves. The budget cycle starts in May. Why don't NGOs and other people unite together, both the Ministry of Finance, first the minister, and tell him what they want? If you put it in there, you come and tell us to support it. It will be simple and straightforward. When the budget is brought to us, the change in line is not as easy as what we might think it is true. So my thinking is that unite, present what you want, bring it to parliament, we shall approve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's an addition to what I said. Ceilings are set. Committees can only maneuver funds within a set of funds, subtraction or adding. So far, we have had 4 comments. I think all of those are comments. So, any questions or comments? Dr. Malama, you can pass on the mic that side. Then we'll come back.
So, for a very important presentation. I'm just wondering, looking through the partnership, what efforts have been made to see to it that climate resilience measures are taken to protect particularly the girl child and the women in a home against the intimate partner violence, which due to what is happening now, giving very little avenue or increasing instances of violence against the women. Thank you.
We can cross over to the gentleman that side, then we'll come this side.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to add to what the Honorable Member I think mentioned around budgeting. I wanted to emphasize that while we have an opportunity to engage at national level, we also have resources that are going to the districts. And the districts also, the local authorities, they have a budget cycle. They do budget. So it's important that we we begin to participate in the budgeting meetings that local authorities are holding at district level, because these interventions are district or where the citizens are. So we can already begin to take that opportunity to look into the budgets for the districts to see that some of these interventions are actually attended to and integrated. I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
My contribution is more of a plea. We're actually talking about this with resources during lunch. Ending child marriage. So firstly, there is that. Even as much as we have the Children's Code Act, I feel like it's still key. Yes, quite right. We are fighting teenage pregnancies, we're fighting gender-based violence and everything else like that. But there are marriages that are still going on that we don't know are marriages. Like you say, 13-year-old girls being forced to have sexual relations, and it becomes a continuous thing where this young girl who's 13 is living in a house where every month, and then when they see that she's staying in this same place for like 2-3 months and she's pregnant or something like that, they just take it up as marriage. And then my main concern is period poverty. A while back, that was in, I think, somewhere 2021, we visited Luapula province, and there was this thing that the young girls were saying that when they are on their period, they'll sit under a tree and they'll dig a hole and then they'll let the blood drain. Now imagine what this is doing to a young girl who's on her periods for 4 or 7 days, which means she will not go to school, she will not be productive, and she wants to get pregnant so that she doesn't have to sit on that tree that month. And that translates to poverty because other people are going to school, the boys are learning, but what happens to this young girl? So I feel like it's also a call to the parliamentarians that even as much as we are pushing for climate change initiatives, we should also ensure that it's sustainable. I do not have a problem with donating sanitary towels to far-to-reach areas, but then it's not quite sustainable because if you donate, let's say, 100 sanitary towels and they are not reusable, what happens after, let's say, a month or 3 months? Then they'll have to go back to sitting under a tree. But if you empower them, if you teach them how to make reusable sanitary towels, then they'll be able to take care of themselves. And the last thing about the table, I'm bringing it back. I'm a young person, and as a young person that has been in the not just CSO space, but the advocacy space, one thing I'd like to say is it's not necessarily about wanting the table. As young people, we should have information. How much about the laws do you know? What do you know that's in the policies? What are you going to say when you're given a platform? Or what are you going to say even amongst your peers? Make it a part of yourself to actually want and influence change from every level. And then even in different spaces, you have the information. Rather than, yes, quite all right, you have the table, we want youths to be involved in key spaces, we want youths to do this, but then what are we saying as young people? So we also have to ensure that we are informed, we have the right knowledge about the laws and policies. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it.
Okay, thank you very much. All we had are simple comments, but I asked Dr. in 2 minutes just to comment on comments.
Right, I've been asked to comment on comments. Very quickly, a couple of things, Dr. Malama, there are a couple of things that are happening. And one of the things that was done in the draft response was ensuring that coupled with food distribution, where mobile clinics that would actually avail the deprioritized services within the health sector to families that were in search of food, and also provided them with a grievance desk right there where they were actually getting their food was a grievance desk that if there's any element of sexual exploitation and abuse, it would actually be anonymously reported. The demo is becoming very popular. I want to ask the young people in this group, because they're very versatile with technology and especially doing a lot of things on their mobile phones. When was the last time you visited the Ministry of Health website? And how many policies do you think are missing off that website that you think you need about? The conversation I was referring to last week actually brought out the fact that for the young people, they will be on TikTok, they will be on X, and all these other platforms that will not spend time on some of these secure sites that employers are using, organizations are using, and there's actually a wealth of information with a lot of links to other websites that can actually provide the information out. And just to say that, yes, we have heard your reference to what you mean when you ask for the table. My submission, sir.
Okay, thank you so very much. Last round of applause to Doctor. For this wonderful presentation. We are moving on. We've been discussing from yesterday to now on policies. But now let us look at avenues of financing. What are the finances that are available in the space to deal with so many ideas that we've been discussing? Talking to this topic, I'm inviting Mr. David Kaluba, in-country NDC facilitator, to look at the status of Zambia's climate finance challenges, opportunities to implement climate intervention, adaptation financing, mitigation, and loss and damage in the next 15 minutes. Mr. Kaluba, these are experts. They can even do it in 10 minutes. Yeah. You can assist with the technology there. Is the cable. Simply to say there is a bank in Bangalore, there is a financial in Mansabongwe, there is this lady who's giving money in Mansa. Where is pointed? Your floor, sir.
Thank you. I'll try to keep the 15 minutes. It's a tough one, but possible. But possible. Yeah, so when I get through the slides, but I wanted to first of all pick up from where we ended yesterday with Mr. Stima's presentation. So this is what I'm going to talk about is the work that the Ministry of Green Economy has been involved for a long time, and which continues. So there's a lot of work that is being done with various cooperating partners, including the NDC partnership, who are actively helping governments to develop different tools, including mobilizing the resources. Next slide. So I'll go straight into some of the elements, but let me start with what I know will soon preoccupy our, if you like, media and our attention, which is the issues around the COP and finance. We are oftentimes concerned about sometimes a lack of clear understanding of what the role of finance in our implementation of various climate change projects. And so I thought I should start from there. So as far as climate change is concerned, Mr. Shima told us yesterday that these issues are governed by under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and there are obligations, within that, and the obligations are divided between the roles of the developed countries and developing countries, what developed countries should do, what developing countries should do. And much of it is one is to ensure that we do not continue to emit greenhouse gases. Okay, so for those of us who have space to emit, we should not go through the route that the developed countries went through. Okay, yes, we need to develop, but we need to develop in a different way, which is making sure that we follow low carbon development pathways. And that means that for us to achieve that, we need some help, which is financial help from those that are polluted and have the capacity to pay. So what the agreement does is that it highlights or outlines the obligations, okay? The primary job for us for all of us, is to ensure that the developing countries are able to develop in a sustainable manner or within the context of sustainable development and achieving poverty reduction. So this is included in there. So that is priority number one. We have to grow, we need to end poverty, and we need to do it in such a way that there are no additional burdens upon us. I would like us as lawmakers to take this as primary priority. So development is non-negotiable. So we have to develop because we need to end poverty, we need to achieve sustainable development. Okay? So meaning that in the way that we utilize finances, that must be achieved. So the Paris Agreement, for example, provides for financial flows as we are spending to ensure that we are following the pathways towards low greenhouse gas emissions and climate resilience. So meaning that the budget, the allocations must go towards that. Bearing in mind that we must achieve poverty reduction and sustainable development at the same time. Okay, so this is the expectation, and so the agreement must achieve the equity, must achieve must bear in mind the different capabilities. I think Mr. Shima talked about this. So when we think about climate finance, we are spending towards various interventions, with this in mind. Okay, the next slide. So what are the basic principles? Number one, the agreement says developed countries shall provide. So it's a division of labor as it were, or responsibilities. So they have the primary role to do that, and they're supposed to take a lead in that respect. But other countries or other parties, as it were, are encouraged to do so. And when we say other parties, as Mr. Shiva mentioned, we are thinking of those who have the capacity to do that, which are the Chinese, for example, the Saudis and the Qataris and many others who are in a position to do so because of the higher GDP growth that they have, or annual income from the fossil fuels and so on. So they have increased their capacity to do that. So the provision of finance must be seen to be progressing over time and not be shrinking. But as you will notice, because of the current, a lot of things which are going on, including wars and so on, we have seen that aid has actually gone down with the US pulling out of the Paris Agreement. And those funds must ensure that there's a balance between mitigation, and adaptation. And the reason why this is important is because for us and for our economy, adaptation is very important. We need our people to adapt, meaning they need to be ready to cope with the impacts of climate change. When there's a drought, we must have sufficient water, for example, to ensure that people survive, okay, or that the animals have water. So adaptation is very crucial to our survival. And so we need to make sure that there's a balance. So that we don't just focus on these renewable energies and all the others, which are important, but that water, health, agriculture, that all these things are important. Next. So, in the recent agreements, those of us who were in Baku, the Baku COP was deemed a finance COP. And there were certain agreements that were arrived at. We talked about the famous $300 billion and also the 1.3 trillion. Now, the difference between the two is that in the bigger picture, everybody doing everything, we must be able to mobilize 1.3 trillion, okay? And this includes from domestic sources, from private sector, from our multilateral development banks, and all these others. We must reach $1.3 trillion. And we came up with what is called the Baku to Belém roadmap. So we must have a roadmap that tells us how we are going to arrive at the 1.3 trillion. We don't have that roadmap yet, even though we are going to Belém. And it's unlikely that in Belém we are going to talk about it. And this is a concern that we have with the approach, for example, that the Brazilians are taking with regards to the COP30. And so we are cautious in terms of what we achieve. So the $300 billion, it's again, going back to the agreement, developed countries leading the way to provide for these resources. But there's also a catch which was put in there, and this is the all actors. So are all actors participating? So when we say all actors, who are these all actors? Are we then extending these all actors to the developing countries as well? Meaning that even us must participate, or what exactly do we mean? So we haven't yet elaborated on what we meant when we said all actors. So all actors can mean anybody. And so this remains ambiguous, but it is within that decision where we arrived at the $300 billion. We should also bear in mind that the $300 billion, the way it's phrased, it says, it's like additional, more or less additional to the $100 billion. So we're not really talking about the $300 billion. We have to do some mathematics. So 300 minus 100 billion equals $200 billion. So when you go to the negotiations, we go to Brazil, these are the kinds of things that we'll be talking about, is to try to make sense of what we decided. So there are questions as to how much should we expect annually from this amount of money, and who is going to, to start. So we are in a scenario where we need to clarify what we meant in the midst of all the chaos which is going on in the world. So we know that focus is now on Ukraine. And focus is also on nationalistic policies. If you go to Europe, you go to the US, it's about America first. So it's not about the world, how we can do things together, but it's about America first. So that's why there was an announcement yesterday. If you want to be in the US to work now under the H-1B visa, you have to pay up to, is it $1 million? 100,000 to $1 million. So us Zambians, we know what they've done to us. Okay? So these are nationalistic policies, and they're happening in the US, they're happening in Europe. So they don't want migration is, so spending on it has become a challenging thing. So in short, we have to look at this number as with a lot of question marks as to whether we'll even begin to deliver, on it, considering all the policies that are going on in the world. So this is an issue for negotiations. As we go in the negotiating room, we'll be throwing punches at each other to push each other, to call each other names and make sure that we get something out of it. So for us in our countries, we know what's happening with us. To deal with climate change impacts, we have to borrow, right? So because that is the money which will be accessible. So when we have a drought, when we have floods, we are not going to wait until someone gives us money. We have to start spending on, almost immediately. I will elaborate more on this one as we go on. But I wanted to give us a picture of what's happening at the international level. Next. There is a recent ruling. I'm not sure how many of us followed, but I think maybe lawyers may have followed the International Court of Justice opinion. Okay, so basically the court, gave an opinion on the obligation of parties with regards to climate change. So it was very clear that number one, those who are responsible for emissions, for causing the harm, must also take the initiative, one, to stop causing the harm. So the court says stop causing the harm because you cannot continue even knowing that what you're doing is harmful. It doesn't make sense or doesn't help for you to continue. So the opinion was that they have a responsibility to ensure that wrongful act, once it is known to be wrongful, that they should stop doing that. That means taking every measure to ensure that that wrongful act is avoided. But what we know is that there has been a very slow pace to stop those emissions. Emissions are not stopping. Those who are supposed to stop are not stopping. In fact, they are pulling out of agreements, and that's which makes the case difficult for us. And so meaning that we should be prepared for more severe impacts of climate change because we are not making as much progress as we should. The next slide. So the court also says there is need for restitution or to make sure that we restore the damage. And so that's where the obligation to provide finances comes from. Okay, so the court is saying, look, you have the responsibility to make sure that you repair the damage. So the loss and damages that we go through, they fall under these obligations. It's those who cause the damage must also provide the leadership to ensure that there is repair. And this means reconstructing the damaged or destroyed infrastructure and restoration of ecosystems and biodiversity. So I'm emphasizing this because I would like to ask the lawmakers to raise these questions, I think, in our interactions, and to put obligations where obligations lie. And sometimes I tend to feel that we are so harsh on ourselves, and we forget to put the responsibility where the responsibility lies. So no matter how much Zambia does, we can plant as many millions of trees that we can plant, but we will not stop the problem of climate change. Why? Because the major emitters are still emitting, and they are shying away from their responsibilities. Okay? Because we are not a net emitter, we are actually a net sink, meaning that we actually help to reduce the emissions because our actions are not significant enough to make a difference in terms of creating a problem to the climate change issue. We have to put pressure on the US, and I need to emphasize, we have to put pressure on those who are emitting. Okay? So we know that the US is one of the leaders, the Chinese are also doing their part. They need to slow down. We have all these other emerging economies that are in the same boat. So those are the ones that we need to question, rather than bringing the blame on those who are victims, pointing fingers at us. We need to change and say, look, can we put responsibility where it belongs? And we begin to demand all these, the resources that are needed for us to repair the damage. Okay, next. So that is outside. So we are coming to Zambia now to look at our situation in terms of the status of our finance issues. So Mr. Shtima talked about what the ministry has done in terms of preparing the NDC. So it has prepared also the NDC implementation framework with 11 sectors identified. So these are the key sectors which are affected by climate change. We have added some cross-cutting sectors such as the banking, the finance, and other cross-sectors. But the major ones are agriculture, forestry, energy, buildings and infrastructure, waste, health is there. I know the people from the health sector are concerned that they are being left out from the party. No, you are there. Water is there, industry and transport. Let's also bear in mind that I noticed some comments around the lack of coordination and so on and so forth. The government has created a ministry dedicated to dealing with the issues of climate change. There is a dedicated ministry with the responsibility to coordinate the implementation of climate change. So we need to use the existing coordination mechanism, and I think the Act provides for the Council of Ministers, which is chaired by the Vice President. And so under there are ministries, ministers who are also part of the team. There is a secretariat, which is the Ministry of Green Economy, is the secretariat. We can never have a better coordination mechanism than that. What we need to do is to utilize what we have created, because it is also governed by the law. There's an act which was passed recently, and so it provides for this governance framework. So let's put the issue of lack of coordination aside, but begin to utilize what is there, because I don't know what else we can do. If that is not, that is not, giving us what we have been asking for so many years in terms of coordination. Next. And by the way, we also have technical committee, technical working groups. So if you need a group to discuss a subject, let's say youth engagement, the ministry is there, okay? We'll have a technical working group to discuss the topic and to make sure that the issues are resolved. NGOs, everybody is there. So what we have, these are the outcome areas that have been identified. We have so many areas to deal with. As I mentioned, we also have fiscal policies, we have financial stability, we have agriculture, we have early warning, we have all these, including waste management. And so if you need something in the health sector, you can actually look at the implementation framework and begin to look at what projects can you develop from this implementation framework, because these are indicators. So to tell you what the government priorities are, you can begin to mobilize resources using what is in there. All you need to do is to work with the ministry. We have an idea or we have an issue that needs attention, we need support. how can we work with the government, and they'll point us to where some of these aspects are, and we can begin to do the implementation. And this is also true, whether it's at a district level or it's at a provincial level. I think the measures are there. Next. Okay, so this is the budget. $17.2 billion is what we talked about yesterday, and these are the the resources which are needed. Okay, so in order for us to achieve what we have planned in the NDC, which is a requirement under the Paris Agreement, we have said we need $17.2 billion. This $17.2 billion dollars. So this will help us to implement 158 key performance results. KPIs is key performance indicators, and the measures are 135, which are the output areas, the KPIs, and the budget. As you can see, so transport alone is 6.5 billion. Why? Because here we are thinking about the rail system. For us to modernize the rail system and to make it clean or low carbon, that is how much is needed. I think we understand where the issue is as far as the rail system is concerned. We had it once, it's old-fashioned. Those engines, they blow a lot of smoke in the air. Yeah, but that's a long stretch. We're talking about from from Livingstone, to Kapiri and so on. So to modernize the rail system, we need that. But also we have other measures. I think Mr. Shtima talked about the project that we are working on in terms of mass transport and the electric vehicles system and so on. So that is what is needed. So the next is the energy sector. We know that for us to move away from this situation that we are in as far as load shedding is concerned, the needs are quite many. And so the requirements are up to that amount, $5.9 billion or $6 billion roughly. Agriculture is 2.5 billion, and then we have infrastructure, we have water, 464 billion, so the total comes to 17.2 billion. So is this realistic? So this is billion, okay? So this is a need. If we have to tell the international community the challenge that we have, we cannot hide from the facts. The facts are that for us to deal with climate change issues in the way that we expect it to do, that is the requirement. So these are our financial needs as the country. And we are being modest. This is roughly 2 billion per year because this is over the period of 2016 to 2030. So when you divide this amount, we are not too far away from what should be an honest budget for us to deal with the issues that we have in the country. So that's the budget. Next, we have done some assessments to see how far have we gone in as far as mobilizing resources. But of course, these have been, estimates that we have gotten, numbers that we have gotten from the projects and from interactions with the corporate partners. So what we are finding out is that approximately 9 billion, has been committed by a variety of partners. Okay, and this is what is happening. Now we understand, this we know, that some of the projects of course, were more or less adjusted, to fit the sort of the climate change definition. So we are alive to that. So as we deal with these numbers, we are not as if we don't fully understand where this is coming from. So we ask them, can you tell us what is it that you are doing to support the country? And so they gave us a list of projects. This is what we're doing here, this is what we're doing there. And so, okay, we will take you for a word, and then we will scan it to see, okay, out of that, how much is truly responding to the needs that we have talked about in the figures that I just showed you. Okay, so we say no, from the 9 billion, what we can attribute to responding to our problem is $4.8 billion. Okay, and then out of this, in terms of what support has come in since 2016, is $2.9 billion, roughly $3 billion. Okay, so we continue to scrutinize the numbers so that we have, as much as possible, an honest answer to the question, how much are we receiving? So this is an assignment that we have done and continue to work on it. The next slide. All right. So where is the money coming from? Who is doing what? So what you see here, these are the numbers of all the donors. So the largest contributor is the World Bank. Okay. So the World Bank has given us $3.3 billion.
Where is this money?
Where is it? No, I'll explain. Then private sector, of course, a number of private sector players. We have a SEC. I think we'll talk about the CEC. Copper Belt Energy alone is $200 billion. So we have other players. Then the government, of course, we'll talk about this also, 841 million. We are talking about domestic sources and what government is doing. So part of that, and then we have the European Union, 652. We have the German Corporation, 573, and many others. NAPSA, we know this is our road. The dual carriageway, which is also we consider as a climate resilient project. So we have all these partners, including where we expected to be getting more. The fund, which is supposed to give us more, the Green Climate Fund, has only given us $106 million. We have the UK, we have the Germans, and so on and so forth. Next. Okay, so this is GRZ. What is government doing? What is it? Which areas is the contribution coming from? We know that since the 2023-2024 drought, there has been an increase in the expenditure on social cash transfer. All right. So what we have captured is that government has spent close to $500 million just responding, in terms of reaching the vulnerable groups, the widows, the orphans, and so on. This program has borrowed substantial amounts of money. We have other projects which have received also additional support over time, which is in the agriculture sector. Cash for work. We know cash for work is a drought response issue, 80 million. We have irrigation development and the grid development projects. So these have been funds which government has allocated towards climate change. And so roughly, as I showed in the previous slide, close to 30% think $700 million or so. Yeah. Next slide. So this sorry, it's not very clear. This graph or this slide shows us the instruments and the category of the donors. Okay. So in the instruments, we see that we have concessional loans representing 20%. Government funds is about 11%. And the big chunk of the support is coming from grants, largely from the World Bank and others who are giving us grants. And in terms of the group of contributors, we have the MTBs, the Multilateral Development banks, who give a big share of the money. Then we have bilateral agencies, the private sector, very small amount, and also the climate funds, who are also who are a source of the support. Okay, so this is the landscape or the picture. So I want you to know how much loans are we getting, how much grants. So this is what we have. Next. Yeah, so this is the World Bank. So there was a question around where is this money coming from? What is this about? So the World Bank has given us some resources, particularly after the drought. So there's a $350 million. Then there's a transport corridor or economic resilience project, 470 million. Girls' education, there was a presentation around the girls' education and so on, the sanitary issues and so on. So the World Bank has put in roughly $200 million there in the Jewel project. I think a number of us should be aware about this Jewel project. So it's targeting the girls' education. And also the improvement of rural connectivity, climate resilient roads, capacity building, growth, and so on. So the World Bank is providing those resources. Next. Then we have the African Development Bank, which is also doing a number of things. The integrated small towns, water and sanitation, the Zambia Renewable Energy Financing Framework, the aquaculture enterprise development. This was in Western Province, or rather countrywide. But then we have the cashew infrastructure. So those in the Western Province are familiar with what's happening as far as the cashew is happening. It's concerned. We have other projects in the northern and Wakula. Most of us may be aware about the Trala project, which is also dealing with the resilience aspects of the work there. So it's part of what the World Bank has been supporting. Next. So we also have the European Union supporting the Kariba Dam rehabilitation, the finance for social reforms, the increased access to electricity, renewable energy, 40 million. So all those are initiatives which are being supported by different partners. Next, I think we have the the Germans have been doing a lot in the renewable energy sector. The support for the extension of Chishimba Falls, the Get Fit, is ecological urban development, and the reduction of malnutrition by improving water supply, and so on and so forth. So these are the projects. Next. All right. So so this picture gives us in terms of the gaps that we have, okay, at different level. So we mentioned that it's a 9 billion commitment. Okay. So in terms of the financing of the NDC in full, we still have a gap of 8 billion. So looking at the total of the 17.2 billion. So if we look at the 9 billion as having been committed, So it means that the gap that we have to implement our NDC by 2030 is 8.1 billion. Okay? So, but if you look at the expenditure, remember I mentioned is expenditure which is allocated to can be assigned to indicators. We traced only 3.6 billion, so we still have a 13.6 billion as a gap. And then in terms of what has been tagged, actually made available on it 2.9 billion. So it means that we still have as much as $14.3 billion to meet our gap. So what we are working on is, within a short period that we have for 2030, is how do we mobilize this? So some of it is in promises. So we need to go back and say, please, can you tell us how you have spent the rest of the commitment that you made? And so this is the work that the ministry is doing as it engages with the cooperative partners. Next, I think this was my next slide.
Thank you so very much for that presentation. Can we have questions? Maybe we can go to, do we deal with questions and clarifications, or we finish the other two presentations? Because they are equally pointing to the financing, right? Maybe the answers are in the presentation. Okay, so may I call upon Miss Leah Masigo from Market Supervision, Security and Exchange Commission to talk about investment opportunities in the green bond market, development opportunities and challenges in Zambia market, case of Copperbelt LNG Corporation. Madam, how many minutes can I give you? It appears people are not following me. Yes. Where is the madam? Oh, okay. How many minutes? 15. Thank you very much. You allotted yourself 15 minutes. So please.
I'll try and rush through as fast as I can. But if I'm too fast, please slow me down. So as introduced, my name is Alias Masiku, and I'm coming from the Securities and Exchange Commission. So my presentation will be looking at the market that we represent as capital markets, what we do, how they work, and then I'll transition into just sharing a bit of information on the green bonds that was issued by Copperbelt Energy Corporation. And then I will conclude with looking at some of the other initiatives that we are undertaking. Next slide. So very quickly, we as the SEC were established through an act of Parliament by ourselves. So we are a regulator for capital markets. Our act is from 1993, but it was repealed and replaced by the Securities Act number 41 of 2016. So we have a dual mandate in the Act, that is to protect investors in the capital markets, but also to promote the development of the market. Next slide, please. So I will not, I think a lot has been shared on climate change, why it's important, and the need for financing that is linked to climate change. So next slide. Next slide also. So here, just trying to now link where we come in as capital markets, the topic around climate change. So for us, we have what we call the climate financing challenge, because we have to go back to the drawing board and say, what role do we get to play in the climate challenge ecosystem? And then how can we then effectively contribute? And from our side, I think it's looking at the financing aspect. So when we do our strategy, we fall on these national documents and we look at what are the financing needs that are there for the country in the climate change space. So we look at the adaptation financing needs that's sitting at around 4 billion. The NDCs, I think, around 17 billion, and the green growth strategy around 10 billion. Next slide. So this is just to quickly elaborate on the Zambian financial system. So it is subdivided into 3 sections. So we have the central bank, the money markets. So they are the regulator for the banks, the non-bank financial institutions. And in terms of the financial instruments that you find there, it's more of your short-term instruments such as the treasury bills, etc. And then we have on the right side, the Pensions and Insurance Authority. They regulate the pensions and insurance market. So basically all the insurance capital, all the insurance companies and all the pension funds. And then we are in the middle as a Securities and Exchange Commission, providing regulatory oversight over capital markets. So when we talk about capital markets, next slide, I thought it would just be important to just touch on how they work before we can then get to the green bond. So capital markets are basically a conduit where we see or where companies come to access long-term financing. So usually for big projects, etc. So basically, capital markets mobilize savings from the economy, and these savings come from either institutions, so this can be your pension funds, they can be companies and others, as well as individuals, so you and myself. Right now, the banks are seated with most of our money as deposits, right? So they're going to use some of these funds to be able to channel through various products. So the savings are put from the investor base, so either institutions or investors, and then these are now channeled through the markets through various products. So we have the commonly known shares. So this is where companies will come to the market for them to raise financing. They are going to sell a part of the company. So when they come to the market, for example, could be Chilanga, Zambia Sugar, Zambia, all those are listed companies. So they came to the market and they were able to raise finance by selling a part of their company through shares. So for me, who gets to invest, I then become a shareholder if I buy shares in that particular company. So that's the first set of products. And then we also have bonds. Bonds also are twofold. We have the government bonds, which I think most of us are conversant with. So we have the government bonds. So the government does raise financing through a bond. So a bond is basically debt. It's ngongole. So they'll just come issue that debt instrument by borrowing. So the central bank is the one that issues bonds on behalf of the government through the primary market. So when the government wants to raise money through the central bank, they'll be able to issue a bond. Then you and I can invest in that bond with the understanding that when it matures, we are going to get our principal investment back. So similarly, companies also do that. A company can come to the market also and issue a bond. So for companies, we call them corporate bonds. So when a government issues, it's a government bond. If it's issued by a company, it's then called a corporate bond. Then we also have investment funds. So our unit trusts, the collective investment schemes. So these are managed by fund managers. So they are able to pull smaller deposits. So people can go and buy units in a fund manager who will then invest on their behalf. So for example, they can go and invest maybe in the building of a mall. So maybe an individual like myself, I may not be able to contribute towards building of arcades, mall, or any other, but through a fund manager, that can be made possible. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. So before you also go, then we also have introduced what we're calling new and innovative products. So these are products that we are tailoring to be able to suit the needs of the country, of the economy. So one such is the green bonds that I'm going to elaborate on. So it's anchored on your normal green bond, sorry. But then there's a purpose why we call it green, and I'll speak more to that. There's also another project that we are doing with municipal councils, and this is to try and promote what we are calling municipal bonds. So with technical assistance from the UNCDF, we are working with some councils to be able to help them package bankable projects which they can ring-fence through various sources of financing, and then come to the market to issue a bond for, it could be a green project. So that is something also that we are working on with the municipal councils. Next slide, please. Next slide. Trying to manage time. Next slide. Next. Okay, so I'll try and summarize what was in the last 3 slides in this. So this is just a visual representation of how it fits into the national agenda. So as the capital markets, we have a vision to position Zambia as a global green investment hub. So I think the past 2 days we've really delved into seeing what the challenges are, where the needs are. And in just the previous presentation, I think the Ministry of Green Economy has elaborated on how much we are looking for. And they did mention how much has been committed. So commitment is one thing, but to see the actual funds trickle in is a whole total different story. And now we are seeing the landscape changing from countries actually reducing their aid, which they are sending to developing countries. So you see things such as grants and all are starting to reduce. And I think the Honorable is not there. Yesterday I had asked a pertinent question to say, so in the instance that these commitments are not realized, what then do we get to do? So that's where we also sort of come in with the realization that there is need to mobilize local financing, and not just looking at maybe the one bit on grants and the others, but we also want to look at how do we then start to utilize the opportunities that we have as a country. Zambia itself is very blessed. It's endowed with natural capital. And so we want to start seeing how can we then utilize the opportunities that we have to be able to package projects that can then become bankable, and then we are able to raise financing that is then channeled to those projects. Next slide, please. So taking us now to just unpack a little bit more on a green bond. So firstly, the green bond itself is just like a standard bond. So in a green bond, we are going to start at the beginning there where we look at the bond investors. So if I want to issue a bond, there must be someone who can lend me the money, right? So it becomes very critical that there should be investors who are going to be willing to invest in the bond. And when I am coming as a bond issuer, so the bond issuer is the one that has the project, is the one that is coming to borrow the money, is the one that is looking for the capital. But in order for you to be able to raise this financing, there are certain requirements that you have to be able to meet. If I'm going to come here to this August house and say, I am looking for 1 million kwacha, could you please lend me 1 million kwacha? I think the first thing you want to know is what do you need the money for? Why are you asking for that money? Then I'll say, oh, I have this project that I want to do. You ask more questions. Where is the project? You know, does the project does it have a business case? Have you tried it? Has it worked before? How are you going to make the money to pay me back? So all those questions then form the disclosure requirements that you as a bond issuer will need to make. So you must convince the investors that first and foremost, you have a viable project, and that is where the money is going to go. And then you also show them how you are going to pay back the money. Otherwise, people are not going to give you the money. So we have the bond investors, and then we have the bond issuer, and then there has to be the project, as we have discussed. Where is the money going to go? It's at this point, I think, where the slight difference comes in and why we then get to call it a green bond. Because it's a corporate bond just like any other normal bond. But then this one gets to be called a special name called a green bond. Why? Because the project that you are raising the financing for must be a project that has got certain environmental outcomes or benefits. So the project itself has to be a green project. So which means that you can raise financing for any project as long as you can convince a set of investors. But if you are going to say you are raising money for a green project, then there are certain things that you are going to have to adhere to, or you are going to have to meet. So that project then will have to be certified. So for you to be able to raise that financing, the project itself must be certified by an independent reviewer or an independent verifier. That is to avoid greenwashing, where people come and say, I'm raising financing for a green project, when in fact it's not a green project. So you need to then have an independent verifier who come in, look at the projects, and then they'll stamp it and say, yes, this is a green project, and that will have to be part of your application documents for it to qualify to be a green bond. So a green bond is basically a debt instrument that you use to raise financing that should be channeled to projects with environmental or climate resilient benefits. And some examples include renewable energy, it could be agriculture, water, biodiversity, etc. So in order for us to be able to, for you to issue a green bond, again, through the support of policy setters, we do have green bond guidelines in place. So most of what I'm saying, you will then find in the green bond guidelines, which will guide you on what you need to do to be able to raise the green bond. And then who are the potential issuers? So who can actually raise financing through a green bond? So it can be corporates, both big and SMEs as well. It can also be development institution. It can be a government. So a government can issue a green sovereign bond, as well as municipal councils, so your local governments as well. So the idea, and I think CGIP has really been, is quite a game changer in that it sort of also helps the local authorities to be dependent or to be self-dependent, to be able to drive their own projects. So from that narrative, it can help you really to come up with a case which can create a business sense if you do have a project that can be deemed green. Next slide. So these are the main salient features when we talk about the green bond guidelines. So the first key component is the use of the proceeds. That becomes very important. So the money that you're going to raise, where are you taking it? It has to go to a project that is green. So the use of the use of proceeds is critical, meaning that the issuer can only channel those funds to approved green investable eligible projects. Then it's on the disclosure on project selection process. So you have to disclose as much information as possible, and then also you will need to ensure that you get that independent certification on the project itself. Management of the proceeds as well is very important. People want to make sure that if you said you are raising financing for sustainable agriculture, that is where the funds should go. So when you start reporting and in the monitoring process, investors will be keen to see where did the financing actually get to go. And then now there's a continuous reporting obligation through the life of the bond. Next slide. So it brings us to Copperbelt Energy Corporation. So this is the company that issued our first Zambia inaugural green bond through CEC Renewables. So they have a subsidiary, they did create a subsidiary called Copperbelt Energy Renewables. That falls under the Copperbelt Energy Corporation. And that picture just shows you one of the sites where they have implemented a solar project. So CEC itself is a listed company on the Lusaka Securities Exchange. And so they have sold part of their shares. Are there any investors here in CEC? Okay, that's good to hear. So meaning that they have been utilizing the capital market. So they did raise financing through issuing shares, but now they came and did a corporate bond issuance to be able to raise financing for this green project. Next slide. So why did CEC opt for a listed bond? I copied and pasted this from one of their presentations just to share their perspective of why they decided to issue a green bond. So first and foremost, as a company, they have a strategy where they have incorporated sustainability as a company. So looking at how they can diversify their power sources, and I think it was also quite an opportunity. There's a saying that where there is calamity, there is opportunity as well. So right now we are experiencing an energy crisis, right? ZESCO we are having a challenge as a country from energy, and so that also poses an opportunity for renewable energy, especially that we are also blessed with enough sunlight. So that is an opportunity that we get to exploit and explore. So that was one of the motivations for CEC to embark on this project. And then they have a target of developing a 750 megawatts solar plants. That is the target that they have by 2027. They should be able to have a 750 megawatt solar plant. Right now, they have a 94 megawatt plant that was, okay, these are the ones that are yet to come. I won't speak to what they've been able to raise. And then they're also looking at enhancing their battery storage capacity as well. So they took advantage of the green bond guidelines, the green listing guidelines as well, to be able to issue these green bonds, to be able to access financing. Next slide. So what also, next slide. What also sets it apart is now, you know, with climate change or you also get a set of investors that are becoming, you know, climate conscious investors. So you find that there's a certain set of investors that only want to invest in projects that are environment friendly. So you also want to tap into that opportunity. If your projects are not going to be green, you don't get to tap into that opportunity of accessing financing that can be provided by sustainability investors. So with setting up a project such as what CEC did, they were able to also now tap into investors that have financing that has been allocated for green projects. So CEC came and registered a $200 million green bond program. So with the commission, they've registered is a $200 million green bond program. They then get to decide how they raise financing. So the fact that they've registered 200 million, it means they are then allowed to raise up to that 200 million. So when they did the registration, they went to test the markets with what we call a first tranche. A first tranche is just like a first lot or a first pack. So they went and raised $53 million from the 200 million. They went to the market in December of 2023 and raised $53.5 million. So when they went to the market and issued that first tranche, it was oversubscribed by 178%. So that basically means that the investors were much, much more, or the funds that the investors brought to the table were much, much more than what they were looking for. So they had to now, I think, cherry pick and decide, okay, who are we actually going to get the money from? Which goes to also just show and demonstrate that there is available financing, or there is appetite for investors to be able to invest in green projects. So the first tranche was oversubscribed by 178%. The bond life itself is 18 years, so it has a tenure or a maturity period of 18 years. And with bonds, when you issue a bond, so if you and I invest in a bond, how do we then get to benefit? So first and foremost, the bond itself will pay an interest. So that interest paid is called a coupon, which can be paid either annually or twice a year, semi-annually. So if I put in, let's say, 10,000 kwacha or 1,000 kwacha, the idea is at the maturity, so if the bond life is 2 years, 5, 10 years, at the end of those years, I will get back my principal, how much I have put in. But over the life of this bond, I will be receiving these interest payments from the company. So they'll be paying me that coupon payment on a semi-annual basis. So from the first tranche, from the 53 million that CEC was able to raise, they went and developed 2 solar plants. So one is in Riverside, for those that have been to Kitwe or those that come from Kitwe, I think will be cognizant with these areas. So one is in Riverside and the other one is Itimbi, they call it Itimbi. So from the Riverside plants, they are able to generate 34.1 megawatts of power. And so the electricity that they are generating already has an off-taker. So CEC actually buys from their subsidiary. So that is the major off-taker for the power that they are able to generate. So it's going straight into CEC. In terms of carbon emission, they have been able to track that by setting up these plants. They have avoided emissions of 51,400 tons into the environment. And from the same tranche, they were able also to set up the Timpi phase 1 plant where they're able to generate 60 megawatts of power. And this was commissioned in April of 2024. So the two plants are what they were able to do from the first tranche. A year later, CEC came back to the market. Remember, they had registered 200 million, and from tranche 1, they only raised 53. So they came back to the market in a year later, in December of 2024. They came to issue a second tranche, which was bigger than the first one. So this time they came and issued $96.7 million. Again, that issuance was oversubscribed, and this time by 230%. So now I think it also gave confidence to investors because they saw where the funds for the first tranche had gone. There is actually power plants. So when they came back to the market, the appetite was still there and oversubscribed by 230%. So in total, from the 200 million that they've registered, they've been able to raise $150 million. So from the second tranche, they will be concluding phase 2, that's the Timpi 2, where they'll be able to generate 136 megawatts of power, and that should be commissioned next year, first quarter of next year. Next slide. So this is basically a summary of what we are just from discussing. Next slide. This is also just another picture that shows you the plants. Next slide. Next slide. So in conclusion, also just to speak about, I know in a number of presentations there were talks around how some of the efforts that are being undertaken are done in silence. So for us as a financial sector, we have implemented a unique approach where we have what we call a green finance mainstreaming working group. And basically their mandate is to mainstream green finance into the Zambian financial sector. These are the members and partners of the Green Finance Mainstreaming Working Group. So we have all the 3 financial sector regulators. We have the 3 ministries, Ministry of Finance and National Planning, Green Economy and Environment, and Lands and Natural Resources, and then technical partners. So together, we are able to come up with various initiatives tailored towards mainstreaming green finance into the Zambian economy. So we are talking about green bonds here. The central bank has also guidelines for green loans. So the banks are also able to issue green loans as well. Next slide. So under the Green Finance Mainstreaming Working Group, these are the 3 main work streams that we are currently working on. And I thought that the first work stream, from what I've been able to hear about the plans also around CDF, I thought it would be important to highlight the work that we are doing around developing what we're calling a Zambia green taxonomy, a green finance taxonomy. Next slide. So the green finance taxonomy is basically a classification system. And this basically looks at having a standardized definition for what we term as a green project. So it shouldn't be anybody just wakes up and say, oh, I have a green project. There has to be a standardized way on how do we identify that this project is green, but also to help the project developers also to say, how can I develop a green project, or how can I check that my project is green, or what do I need to work on to upscale my project and make sure that it is green and be able to access green financing. Next slide. So basically it's greenwashing. This is where people will say my project is green when it is not. Fragmented standards, and also just having transparency. So it will be a national standard where everyone gets to know how do we classify that a project is green, and everybody can then get to utilize it. So even when we go back to our constituencies, this is something that we can be able to implement so that our project owners can be able to standardize their projects. Next slide. Next slide. So I think I've already explained what the taxonomy is. Next slide. Next slide. The other thing also that it will help with is to align Zambia's financial flows with sustainable development. So the taxonomy is coming with a tagging and mapping system where we'll be able to tag or track all the financial flows that come in and are going towards green projects, so that we can be able to report on which sectors are they going to, what projects were done, so that it's easy to have this data, so that when we meet in forums such as this one, it's easy to point to what we've been able to do, where we are seeing the financing flowing into. And it was exciting to see what the local government was also beaming on the CDF, right? Because then it can feed right into a platform such as that one, so that you can have a component which shows you which are the green or sustainable projects that have been financed. Next slide. So these are the users of the taxonomy, so the financial institutions, regulators, institutions, policymakers, I think where most of us then get to fall in this room, so that we can be able to know which projects are green. Next slide. Next slide. And finally, I think it's just also the call to action. Basically, I think even from day one, from the speech that the speaker did give, I think it's the push towards moving from rhetoric to action. So even for us back at the office, every time we go into the office, we always joke about this. The CEO always be like, where are the projects? Where are the projects? Where are the transactions? You know? So it's not about how many awareness talks have you had. We want to see how many transactions actually come into the market. So we look forward to seeing more issuances also in the market. CC has done it. We have been engaging with other issuers, potential issuers also, to show them that it's doable, it's possible, you can raise big amounts of financing and be able to channel it to green projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the 15 minutes, which turned out to be 30 minutes as planned. Okay, thank you very much, Madam. At this juncture, let me invite Mr. Narula Konda from Zanaco also to give his presentation for 15 minutes. Whoever is going to manage, I'll give it to 100 to watch. But the first 12 so far, very good. Over to you, sir.
I think the 200 is not too much of an incentive. Try to have it up. Good morning. Sorry, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I think it's the lunch. I think one of the dangers of speaking last is that one, you are now speaking to an audience that's really on their last ounce of energy, and also that a lot of your slides may have been covered by speakers. So my name is Narula Mlunda from Zanaco. There was a question, I think, yesterday when I came here, somebody asked, what is Zanaco doing at the climate workshop? And they've heard so many stories about Zanaco participating in this space. And I thought that it would be a good start to my introduction. We can go to the first, the next slide. Okay. So ideally, I should have started with this slide. It's a slide that most of our presentations start with, just to sort of remind people where we come from, where we are now, in order to contextualize some of the discussion of causes that we take part in. But I would like to rephrase the story around this page to respond to the question that I was asked yesterday about what is Zanaco's interest in the climate space. Now, I know there are some, I can see some faces in the room that could have been there in 1964 when Zambia got independence. How many? I know they're not in the majority, but they are there. They are here. So at independence, there were very few commercial banks. There were very few banks in the banking sector in Zambia. And the most active ones were, who can guess?
Standard Chartered Bank, although it was not called Standard Chartered Bank then. It was Greenslade that merged to become Standard Chartered Bank. Which other bank? There was Standard Bank that is now Stanbic, and there was Absa. So at independence, those were the main actors. Sorry? Was it called Barclays? No. Barclays, which is now Absa. Yes. Yes. It was Barclays. Yes. Now Absa. So Zambia then gets independence. Now let's be honest. A lot of these banks were actually in Zambia primarily to take care of the interest of the colonial masters. So there was a real existential threat by the founding fathers of this country that as soon as we got independence, a lot of these banks would actually pack up their bags and leave. So the post-independence government then was faced with the real challenge that they could one day wake up and not have a banking system. So they began to think of creating a homegrown bank that was going to carry the aspirations of the country throughout the independence period, throughout the nation building. And that is how the idea of Zanaco was built. I say this because it is the same ethos that was used to create Zanaco that still powers it to this day. So at independence, there was an existential crisis that the aspiration of independence could be a pipe. Zanaco was created to be able to fulfill that. Now we have, as was I think mentioned, I think it was Director Stima's presentation, that the climate change presents the biggest challenge of our time. But nothing is done about climate change. We could actually go through the catastrophic problems arising out of an environment that is damaged. So Zanaco is again here to fill that void and hold hands with government to make sure that we make that transition possible. And go to the next slide. So like I said, a lot of the things have been said. So I'll try and skip in the interest of time. Some of the slides, this is just the slide I talked about, Zanaco at a snapshot. A lot of those numbers are just numbers, are not just numbers, but actually represent a lot of you in this room and a lot of families, businesses that are out. So the next slide. Setting the scene, what is green finance? With your permission, Chair, again, I would like to skip this slide because a lot has been said about the science, first of all, of climate change, and the financing of climate change, which is basically what this slide is talking about. So in the interest of time, and this I might get that 200,000. So the question is, why finance in Zambia? So first of all, remember that what we've been asked to discuss as Zanaco are the opportunities and challenges of financing green. So I think it would be a good starting point to say why green finance in Zambia. There are so many responses to that question. I think for purposes of our presentation, we've streamlined them to three main reasons. The first one is actually what is appearing at the bottom, which is the environmental and social risk of doing. Again, a lot has been said about the cost, the environmental and social risks of doing nothing in the previous conversations. I will not belabor the point, but just to talk about what the displacements that we're talking about, the loss of biodiversity, water scarcity, forestation, health risks that are talked about, all those are the cost of not doing that about the environment. The second one is the economic cost of not doing that. Again, it's been said about the actual cost to the economy, about the changes that are happening in the climate space, if nothing is happening. We are all aware about the energy situation that we are dealing with that is directly related to our overdependence on one source of electricity generation. So that feeds into energy security. There's also food insecurity that comes out of climate change. So again, if this is not dealt with, we have agriculture that will give you poor yields, diseases, crop failure, inconsistent rain pattern. All these put together will hit your economy in ways that are not that you cannot imagine. There's also increased climate risks that drive up the cost of borrowing. This is something that is we see almost on an everyday basis in the banking sector. That insurance products that were costing relatively lower in the past, almost every so often, you see small margins being added. And because new and emerging risks are coming on board every so often on account of climate change. The first reason I'm going up, I started from the bottom, going up. The last reason is really the commitments that Director Chitima, Mr. Kalula talked about. Commitments that as a country we've made at the global stage in terms of global climate action. This is you find in the Paris Agreement. Mr. Kalula talked about the nationally determined contributions and what we have pledged the international community in terms of how we are reducing our emissions. Now, those commitments that we have made cost money. Mr. Kalula talked about 70 billion kwacha. Now, that's $17 billion. That's $17 billion. Somehow, some of it will have to be funded by activities that are local. And that is where Zanaco comes in, to play a small part towards contributing to that target, which is the target that Zambia has made in terms of commitments to the Paris. We can go on to the next slide. So what is the role of financial institutions in green finance? So I do not speak for the banks, but I try to put roles that are somewhat general that most of the banks are doing. But examples will be, as you appreciate, will be specific to that, because I can speak about those confidently. I know about what other banks are also doing, but I do not want to run the risk of misrepresenting them, and then somebody says, I think this is what something does, right? But in terms of this is what most banks are. So the first role is providing dedicated green finance. This is something that we do and we have done for many years. I think the presentation from SEC talked about having our own taxonomy, which talks about what is a green, where we are, what are the standards for what is called a green project. And we've actually discovered that most of the financing that we've done, even before we officially impact on the green, on the climate action agenda, most of the funding that we do in our space are indeed climate smart agriculture. And what we have done is now to become very deliberate about it and created programs that have very specific climate environmental objectives at the end of those products. For instance, in the agriculture space, we incentivize farmers and deal mainly with smallholder farmers. So incentivize farmers to engage in smart agriculture. So this would be using organic fertilizer, organic ways of farming, so that there's less damage to the soil. We also provide finance so that they have modern ways of tilling the land. There's modern ways
that you can actually plant without causing mass destruction to the land, as we have traditionally done. Somebody's cleared the land, it's almost, you're almost digging up the whole earth. There's now newer technologies, and we incentivize our farmers to be able to access facilities specifically to invest in those technologies. We also encourage our farmers to incorporate agroforestry, which is where you have trees and crops on the other side, to ensure that there's enough forest cover, you have enough trees, as opposed to having farming that cuts down all the trees and create all sorts of environmental problems. We also have conservation farming and renewable energy. For renewable energy, part of it is really that we have an energy crisis, right? So farmers need power throughout. But part of it is also really that let's transition. We have relied on this source of energy for far too long, and it's really showing that it's come to the end of its life. You cannot reliably continue doing your farming depending on power that is provided by ZESCO, and provide alternatives such as solar finance. The other one is really the partnerships that we've done with development financial institutions. We have a number of them. Currently, these are the live ones. The Green Climate Fund, there's the World Bank, there's the European Investment Bank, and the British International Investment Bank. Now, these are the current partnerships that we have. We have others in the past whose programs have come to an end, and we are also in discussions with more to ensure that there is the bank taps into the available resource envelopes at the global level to bring those resources home and deploy them to qualifying entities within the country. So if you look at the Green Climate Fund, for instance, to which we got accreditation about 2 years ago, and the one bank in Zambia that's accredited the Green Climate Fund, we can access $50 million the project of the Green Climate Fund. In terms of the partnership with the World Bank, there was a 2.5 million kwacha that was available to finance home solar activities, and it is available to retail and SME clients. And this became at the height of the load shedding, and we provide SMEs that accessed this finance. The other thing also is that there are now discussions to try and extend, because the 2.5 million, as you can imagine, is like a drop in the ocean. So we went back and say, this is what happened with the 2.5. There was so much appetite, and the projects that we financed from the 2.5 are still and the businesses are growing. So there's need to increase that. So that conversation is very high. Then there's also the 15 million from the European Investment Bank, which we use to finance climate smart agriculture in various provinces across the country. So again, all the qualifying farmers, there's a checklist about what qualifies as smart agriculture. They come to the bank, we have conversations with them, and provide them the facility. The last one is PII. The point to make here is that we've gone out there, accessed these funds at concession rates, and deployed them. The businesses that these loans have been given to are contributing to the bigger climate action agenda in their small ways. Yesterday we talked about the science of climate change. We talked about mitigation, we talked about adaptation, right? We are reducing emissions, or we are increasing resilience. So if you do any one of those things, you are contributing to the climate agenda. And as a bank, our role is really to be an intermediary to ensure that those who, by nature of businesses that they do, they can play either one of those roles, either mitigation or adaptation in their spaces. Let them do it. Because the core for action It's not only for government. The COP is not only for Director Shtima and Mr. Kaluga, the big billions that the call to action is for everyone in their little spaces to do the bit of what you can do, and put together all those efforts then amount to a servant. Can go to the next slide. The third point is we provide support towards the country's commitments under the Paris Agreement. There's actually 6 projects that we are currently in discussion with the Ministry of Green Economy and the G, the Global Green Growth Initiative, which is active on behalf of the Norwegian. When this project takes off, the primary objective of the project is to help qualifying IPPs in the energy sector to be able to sell carbon credits to the Norwegian government. So remember yesterday's presentation by Mr. Shtima, he made reference to the fact that the time is small. So there's need for an incentive, and this is what Article 6 is meant for. Ministry of Green Economy and CGI is meant to do. So qualifying IPPs will be able to produce their power, sell it to CESCO. So in addition to the tariff that they get for the power that they sell, they are also able to sell the carbon credits that they produce out of those projects to the Norwegian government. The idea is that there's an incentive now for anyone to go with capacity to go into renewable energy. So they'll be making money for themselves, but at the same time, they'll be expanding this almost 60-year story that we've always had about energy mix, ensuring that we have different energy in the energy mix. Now everybody has an incentive to jump into that. The other one is the fourth one is supporting ESG awareness. Using our corporate social responsibility, we have a program which I think as at June, July this year, we actually must have planted in excess of 1 million trees. Some of them died. We are working with 1 acre fund of this project. And I think when they went to do an audit, they discovered that about 20% of the plants that were planted have died. So we're working towards replanting that 20% so that we remain within the target. Apart from that, we also do an annual event called the Zambia Climate Finance Symposium. This year was the second one. And it's really a platform that will bring together stakeholders in the climate space. We pick a theme. This year we're discussing renewable energy. So we picked a theme around renewable energy. We got into the room regulators, we got into the room independent power producers, we got into the room the legislators, such as yourself, financiers, DFIs, local financial institutions, in one room, and we said, can we discuss what are the problems with renewable energy? What are the things that we need to do to unlock the potential that we have in the renewable energy space? The idea is that out of symposia such as those, we as a country can begin to solve some of the problems that we have around the energy sector. Because who knows, out of a symposium like that one, over coffee, a DFI and an IPP and somebody else that has money, begin a conversation that then continue outside of that symposium and a deal or a transaction 2-3 years down the line materializes. That is the role that we play when we do this symposium. The fourth one is we provide sustainable loans and sustainability loans. I think my sister from SEC talked about the sustainable loans. So the difference here
is that obviously sustainable loan is a loan that's actually given with a specific objective of meeting an ESG or environmental objective. Sustainability loan on the other side is any ordinary loan that you give to an entity, but you give them a KPI that has some environmental considerations. For instance, you can give a school 1 million kwacha to build a library, or 1 million kwacha to buy a school bus. But then you say that ordinary, I'll give you this loan 20%, but I want to embed some ESG KPIs in this loan. So I can give it to you instead of 20% per annum, give it to you at 25% or 20% per annum. We agree that in addition to buying the school bus that you want, you're also going to plant trees, or that in addition to the school bus that you're going to buy, that you will engage in smart agriculture for your school orchard or for a school farm. So every so often, we go there and check the KPIs that we agreed. Are you planting trees? Yes. So the loan for the bus continues just like an ordinary loan, but it's a KPI embedded in it. So that's a sustainability linked loan. And those are products that banks are offering. And you'll be seeing a lot of them going forward, especially with the green loans guidelines that Bank of Zambia issued. Was it last year or the other year? Which have sort of made that space clear. The fifth one is we, as Zanaco, we contribute sustainable operations through our second pillars. I will not bore you because these are very specific to Zanaco. With your permission, I will not talk about because they are very specific. They are not industry-wide. Go to the next slide. These are the 7 pillars. Maybe just to mention that the first picture, that's our CEO in the Plant a Million Tree. The second picture is our CEO and the then Minister of Green Economy, Honorable Nzovu, at the first Zanaco Climate Finance Symposium that I spoke about. What are the challenges? Again, the challenges are many. Perhaps they stem from the fact that green finance itself is a relatively new concept. It's a relatively new area that we are all learning by the day, right? The climate change itself is something that affects us. I know, for instance, that not so long ago, at least when I was a little boy, my grandfather would tell with almost 100% precision what the things. He will give you a date, and that date, the rains will come. But these days, it's a guesswork for everyone, right? So in terms of climate finance, in terms of climate change, we are all on the same page. In terms of climate finance, this is a new phenomenon that we are learning. So as a result of that, there's very limited knowledge among both borrowers, stakeholders alike, around green projects, because there are a lot of things, to do with risk assessment. How do you measure environmental impact? If somebody says, I've planted 1 acre of macadamia nuts, from an environmental perspective, how do we measure what you're avoiding? I don't have the technology to be able to do that, but these are things that we are learning now, right? How do we measure what impact that is, right? Then there's also the issue to do with the complex requirements of criteria for addressing green loans finance globally. The created the Green Fund 2 years ago. We are still using the Green Climate Fund to get our first projects funded. We have submitted projects in excess of $120 million. but still doing the back and forth. Okay, no, the climate rationale is not clear. You spend 2 or 3 weeks back and forth. You come back, you don't see the aligning investment criteria for the GCF. So it's almost like a pie in the sky. You got a bit, and yes, they will tell you that the amount of money that's available in developing countries, just bring us proposals. But the reality is that to get money in country is a big fight, right? So what the thinking around now is how do we create our own funds? How do we create our own local funds so that we reduce some of the dependencies that we have on those foreign funds that are the third one is the lack of financial inclusion, which makes it difficult to create resilient climate change activities. Okay. The fourth one is perceived high risk of cost of green projects. Typically green projects, some of the green projects, especially in the energy space. If you're putting up a hydropower, first of all, you have to think about a very long payback period. The investment horizon for hydropower. Engineer, can you just, I don't know, how long can hydropower projects
be complete?
Go to complete?
36 to 48 months.
That's a very long time. So if the project begins to make money, you'll be out of office for 36 months. That's 3 years, right? So because of payback periods, there's a lot of upfront investment. You have to do a feasibility study. The feasibility study itself costs money before you even know whether this project is actually a project you should be investing in. Then there's also technology risk. Sometimes because of how long it takes, by the time you're done, the technology that you are using when you start has become obsolete. So that's a risk that you run. So those are some of the challenges that we face. There's also issues with access to data, low awareness among SMEs, documentation requirements are high. I think it was yesterday we had a chat with one of the was saying, in my constituents, people are not, I can't remember what the question was, but my response to him was that when you come to the bank, we have some documentation where we can base how you've done business in the last 1 year. So at least, receive our money, move our account so we can print something from here. But if you're just speaking by word of mouth, that I've been doing farming, and on paper to show that actually farming, there's no mobile accounts. I can say, okay, these are the payments for things that I've sold. It becomes very difficult. And that's the challenge that we face with a lot of SMEs. So when we go out and say, okay, there's a clear environmental challenge here, and it's a project that we want to do. But this project is not for free money. So can we work together? Then you find that there's no data that you can work with in order for you to structure something. Some green finance money requires philanthropy funding. Some of it you can't, there's no commercial backing for it. You just need to find, philanthropic analysis in form of a grant. Right. The next slide. I'm almost done. So what opportunity is what happened in the last years. We now begin to a legal framework that supports green finance. We should guidelines and we have CEC as all of those guidelines successfully issued. Zambia also issued the Green Bonds guidelines in 2023. And you, members of Parliament, enacted the climate change bill in 2024. Now, these are very important for players in the financial sector because of a lot of our investors. Some of the deals fail because of weak legislation. Investors are looking for a place that are strong legislation so that investment is protected. They are looking for to play in a space where they know blue is blue, green is green, because there's the legislation that is prepared, not things that are based on tradition that okay, it's all the time. So can you take my word for this and sign the So that is the next. The next opportunity is that there's a lot of unmet demand for green investments. I think that if you go in your constituencies, certainly in all of us communities where we live, there will be opportunities for green investments, whether it's in agriculture, whether it is energy, whether it's in forestry, whether it's in livestock. There are so many opportunities. And those opportunities just need to be packaged into a financial, financial proposal that you can then work with and finance. There's also access to financial concessional financing. Right? We talk about the GCF, the EIB, the EU, right? That's where that comes in. There's also innovation for financial instruments, green bonds. I talked about sustainability. Carbon markets, let me just jump to the last one. Carbon markets, I talked about the Article 6 project that we're working with the Ministry of Green Economy, CGIP, and the Norwegian government. Ideally, in a carbon trading equation, developing countries are the sellers, right? Because we have not done damage to our environment, like Mr. Kalba was saying, to the extent that the developed countries have. So it's them who need to come and pay for their things here, by buying credits here. So ideally, we should be the ones that are smiling in this equation. The one that should be smiling. But unfortunately, the dynamics are such that it's the buyer's market. So we are the ones with the goods to sell, but we do not have the voice in terms of demanding the right share. But once those conversations are concluded in a manner that is a win-win situation at global platforms such as COP, Mr. Kalova and Director Stimakol, as well as the support from the honorable members of Parliament, the carbon markets present a very huge opportunity. There's a lot of forest cover that can either be converted into carbon projects, or there's a lot of land that can become new forest cover traded as carbon projects. There's a taxonomy that's coming that will also go to strengthen that we see there. The next slide, please. Okay, that was my last slide.
It's strong, reliable.
Okay, so can we have the three presenters, Dr. Kaonga, Ms. Masiku, and Mr. Mulunda here. It's not game over yet. Okay, so now we can ask questions in the next 25 minutes, so that by 17:30 we wind up. This time I'm starting with the last part. I don't know if it is a last part.
With the suggestion,
okay,
that as we are taking the questions, maybe participants can also write their recommendations of piece of paper.
Okay. I'm sure you've heard that. As we ask questions, making comments, we can put on paper our recommendations for the last segment, because we have to come up with the questions and recommendations. Over to you now.
All right, I think mine is a very fast question for the speaker that has supposed to go into the front. I just wanted to understand how you get the information, particularly regarding the finances. How do you collect the information of the different the development partners, how they are contributing, where do you get that information? And do you think that there may be other partners, whether it's NGOs or any other partners that could be used in your accounting for the different licensing? And if so, how can we be able to tap into those different partners from the different sectors?
Any questions here? Next. So you should mention where the question is directed.
Okay, thank you so much for those insightful presentations. I think my question goes to the best presenter. So, with the resources that we have so far mobilized and utilized under climate financing, to what extent are we achieving the targets that are aligned to the KPIs and the targets that we just presented? I think I'll submit my recommendation on a piece of paper. But that's a question.
Thank you very much. My question is going to my fellow board man. Hello, sir. Mr. Kalupa. Sorry about that. Yeah, but we are in the same category, sir. So I'm interested in the monies, and you did tell us that the impact that this money is putting on our communities through the climate financing, seen the social safeties that have come through social cash transfer, cash forward, and so on. My problem is, I want to understand from you, if any of us here have done research on the financial interest, especially to the communities in our rural areas. I thank you.
Okay. Before we proceed, I've been advised that instead of writing recommendations, a link to various WhatsApp groups so that you just fill it online. That will make their way easier. So we see a link in a moment to WhatsApp groups. Start from the
Okay, so my questions are first for the lady from SEC. So you showed us about the CEC success story and so forth. What I realized, what I researched also, was that only 10% of the investors were local. So majority of the investment came from foreign investors. So I wanted, and on top of that, that same 10% of investors who were local actually invested very little. So it was, they were in substantial amounts. So what are you doing in terms of buying for local investment? That's question one. And then also, I would like to maybe get more success stories apart from CEC, which other success stories have been there. Then the second is for the man from Zanaco. Among your challenges, I didn't see communication. And why I say this is because a lot of the things that you have spoken about, I have never come across. And I'm someone who's in the media a lot. I'm a media person and I interact in the media a lot, but I have not seen any of the things that you have presented. So I wanted to ask what your communication plan was. And are you utilizing different platforms like social media? Because with communications, you sort of have to be annoying. You have to be in people's faces about certain things if you want them to, to raise more awareness, or if you want them to buy in to your concepts. So given that green bonds and green financing, all of these things are quite foreign concepts for a lot of Zambians, it would be good for you to strengthen communication. So I guess it's a recommendation, but maybe also something you can reflect on.
Thank you very much, moderator. My first question goes to the Securities Exchange Commission. She may have actually picked my thinking. When the green bond was publicized, unfortunately, it was a closed-up arrangement. It was not for the public. There are so many individuals that wanted to participate in lending money to CEC so that they can be getting the coupon, which you referred to. So as a commission, you're the guys that regulate how these things are done. What are you doing to ensure that citizens actually participate in these opportunities? You can't have opportunities for foreigners, then what's the purpose of us even publicizing the green bond? It was basically a closed-up arrangement. If you ask me, I don't even know who put money into the green bond. I don't know when you're going to deal with future opportunities for citizens to be able to lend money to companies in the financing space. Lastly, moderator, Zanako, you indicated 5 institutions where I don't know if you borrow money and then you lend to different players. I don't know if you are aware that our current national grid, where you put your electricity, has a limitation as to how much solar you can put in, and I'm speaking from a technical point of view. Currently, our grid cannot take in more than 1,000 megawatts of solar. So at some point, all these who have been told, buy solar, invest in solar, at some point there will be a limit, and that limit is 1,000 megawatts. So already CEC wants to put in 750 megawatts of solar. There's just some 100 megawatts of solar. But you see, our grid can't take in more than 1,000 megawatts of solar, because solar is not baseload power. So my point is, as you are financing these projects, from a ministry point of view, where are the conversations around baseload power? Because without baseload power, all these projects, unfortunately, will have limitations. Thank you, Chair.
Sanjay.
Thank you so much, moderator. Thank you to the various presentations yesterday and today. I think 2 areas of clarification for today. One is on domestic resource financing. Mr. Karuba, I think your presentation is talking at the high level. It has not looked at the domestic resources. In terms of, for example, the Consumer Development Fund, with what we are doing in terms of raising funds for water, raising funds for these trees and the credits. So to what extent can we localize taking this subject to our villagers, for example, to participate in domestic resource mobilization and utilization, the climate and change funding? And my last question is to do with the Zanako on your pillar on sustainable forest management. One of the villagers, I think just last week, asked me, who can buy my organic products? And they struggled to answer, but my simple answer was, well, maybe go and visit Spa in Choma and see if they'll be interested to buy that. So even we're talking about organic products such as manure, fruits and vegetables and the like. So to what extent is Zanaco making such a product to support organic farmers in Zambia to be able to find market for their produce and the unrelated areas? This is the areas of fruits, fruit trees, vegetables, and the like, so that they don't grow them in vain. For example, this farmer has different varieties of local product maize grown under organic circumstances, but they have nowhere to sell this fish maize, which is of local varieties. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, can pass on the mic to Honorable Mamba.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to add a few comments to the presentation. When it comes to planting trees, what trees are we planting? I think it would be more viable for fruit trees to be planted because communities can eat from those fruits as well. And then I would also like to know some of the trees that were planted by 1 acre died. What was the cause of that? Because I think also when it comes to communities, they want an incentive to look after those trees because without being incentivized, they would definitely not look after the trees. And then when we sit in this room, one of the key words is green, green, green. Are we really going green? Or it's just one of those that we want to also be part of the conversation? In a few weeks, we are going to offload fertilizer to 1,034,000 farmers. And still, we continue to speak about green. I know banks are a business entity, but when it comes to corporate social responsibility, why don't the banks also probably try and consider the small-scale farmers, the subsistence farmers in this country, and start pilot projects instead of just letting the whole physics continue as is, because we're really not doing the soil a favor, year in, year out. Organic fertilizer or green fertilizer is the way to go. Is there consideration for us? Because when we have pilot projects in place, the government will listen. Right now, no one trusts green fertilizer. No one trusts organic fertilizer. And to change the mindset of people that have been receiving inputs through the years will be a bit difficult. But then when we have pilot projects through corporate social responsibility, it will make a difference. We can take the powers that be to say, look at this product. Can we not consider changing from the conventional fertilizers to looking into green fertilizer? Because then we can go on and praise ourselves about green energy, green farming. Otherwise, as it stands now, I don't think we're headed in the right direction as a meeting.
Thank you very much. Outside. Yeah. Oh. 3 more questions. Then
thank you so much to the presenters. My question goes to Mr. Palova. Basically, I'm looking at the domestic growth of mobilization. And I'll give an example with the extractive industry. So, Zambia currently, between 2022 and 2023, lost about $360 million due to tax exemptions and the double taxation agreements. Zambia signed, I think the earliest we signed even big colonial independence was in 1961. That allows Switzerland to be doing business in this country, both in capital and income at zero tax. The latest country followed those plans. France has zero taxation in this country, whether in mining or whatsoever they are calling it, since 1963. And they've been doing business in this country for over years. And annually, we are losing about $190 million out of those tax exemptions. So if you calculate, you do your mathematics. In other words, in 10 years' time, how much would have lost that could have been used in green investment? The question is, and I think this is also critical to the honorable members, it will be important to review some of these agreements. We have about 22 double taxation agreements as Zambia with different countries, and some of them have given them zero tax, both in income and capital. So in other words, if they come here and say that you business, not going to be taxed whatsoever, and they'll be fishing out money in this country, but we're talking about 17 billion that is required for NDC and other things to be implemented. How is that possible? And I think we need to be very critical about that. And I can refer to the case transaction aid that we done.
on Mazabuka Sugar Company. We call it the sweet nursing. And that policy actually highlights some of the critical things that we've lost from that company, because apparently the parent company, which is based in Britain, has signed a double taxation treaty that allows Zambia Sugar not to have any interest or any taxes for sugar that exits this country. So how can we mobilize resources when we have these and what could be your position for Zambia if we have to mobilize resources domestically? Thank you so much.
Sorry for marathon.
Yeah, that is a question to SEC and in the conversation around marine goals. I just wanted to know if you're open to conversations around development impact goals that would the social sector to find some of those gaps that we'll see of the effects of climate change and say sexual reproductive health.
Okay, next is it Mr. Nick? Yeah.
Thank you very much for the presentations from the three presenters. I want to comment on the question for Mr. Molonda. I think if I got you correctly, I think there's someone where you mentioned loans that targeted at schools and also attached to tree planting. So I was just saying that schools are not profit making. Is there a possibility that probably that facility could be attached to the corporate social responsibility program, so that schools want to put up some kind of projects, for instance, a solar power system to give them to themselves to be able to operate computers, for instance, and then you attach it to tree planting. And writing on what I said, some of those should be fruit trees. I think that way will be some of the schools. And then my comment is also on if we are talking about green financing to SMEs, or particularly to small-scale farmers. I think there's an aspect that you brought up of them having up to 10 years of some cash flow of some kind for them to access the financing. I think what I see missing in that there's been very little lack of sensitization of the farmers. So if you interact with farmers, you discover that most of the time they are complaining about their failure to access the funds, including those that the government has put across, like SAF and irrigation facility. They're not able to access those because they give them to the banks. And then they're expected actually to know everything that they're supposed to subscribe to that facility.
Okay, thank you very much. On the bench, until we discuss they can give the 5 minutes each.
Thank you for the questions. I have a correct information from partners. So there are various channels, and by the way, the presentation that I made is accessible through the NBC partnership website. So we can see all that is happening in terms of the progress that we are making to track the implementation of the NDC and how much is being mobilized, what has been mobilized so far, and you can see the graphs and things. I'll share the link so that people are able to go and check. So we collect information from partners. We just completed a gap analysis that gap analysis, we were verifying the information that we have collected with the different providers of information to check the progress that we have made versus the progress in terms of implementation and the support that have been provided, so that we are able to do the quality control in terms of the information. So this information is collected from partners and from different sources, from agreements that have been signed with the government and different partners. The Ministry of Finance also has that information. We have not gone so far as getting information from for example, the NGOs, and we have collected from a few sources of the private sector. The NGOs in particular, there is also the risk of duplication, because the providers of the finances mainly these large bilateral agencies. For example, it would be Sweden, it would be European Union, it would be the UK. So there's an agreement which is signed that they've given Zambia so much money, and then they split in terms of which the NGO has been given the money. For example, I think Self-Help administers the European Union or the USAID program on which is the resources which go to the private sector, like the empowerment schemes. So once we capture that from the European Union, it is the resources that we then map against the indicators, and then we follow that up over time. So we want to reduce the risk of duplicating, because if we collect the same information from let's say Self-Help or another NGO, it means we would have double counted the resources. So we need to be clear how the financial flows are flowing. So if there is a separate agreement and it is disclosed from the independent sources apart from the ones that are being captured, then that becomes a good source of information. So that is how. So if you want access to the information, it's open source, and we'll share the link. Also, how are we ensuring that we achieve what has been intended, the plan versus the project? So what you will find in the system that I'm referring to is a mapping. Okay, so we are mapping the project and the indicators to see, out of the mapping that we have done, which ones have been implemented and which ones are still pending or haven't been implemented. Of course, I did not show you the details of that because of the lack of time. But what you will see is that you will show you, for example, out of the 158 indicators that we have mapped against 104 indicators. And so meaning that we are making progress in as far as achieving certain objectives. So as we move on, we are reducing what the number of indicators which are remaining, which haven't been supported. But as I mentioned, it is one thing to have commitments, but it's another to have the actual expenditure. We are interested in the actual expenditure. And as I showed you, we still have a gap, and we're looking at the 18.4 billion as I indicated, that we need to ensure that we close the gap on that, because that is substantially large amount if we want to achieve projects, implement projects on climate change. So that is the challenge. I think there was a question around the issue of financial literacy. I think you can handle that. Yeah, so on domestic sources, yes, there are many, communities are doing a lot of their own independent interventions as a response to drought. So a lot of innovative things are happening on the ground as far as people finding ways to adapt to the impacts of climate change, which we are not able to, to track basically as because of the lack of, the lack of capacity to do such an extensive job. Our focus has been on the, as I mentioned, on the obligations of parties, and as Honorable mentioned, it is high level. So we are very much at high level. We have not gone as far as going to downscaling our way to other areas. What we need to do, for example, is to create a linkage with the constituency development parts to see how much of the CDF is government channeling through that to implement climate change interventions. I think this is one of the first steps that we can use to get closer to what's happening at the community level. The last question was around the extractive industry. I think that is, as I mentioned yesterday, there is a platform that we are trying to get under the negotiations, which is focusing more on the critical minerals, which is basically extractive industry. And I agree with you, one of the frustrations that we have is that over the period that climate change has been an issue, this will honestly shock you or surprise you. The flow of funds, net flows, have been from developing countries to developed countries, compared to the flows from the north to the south. So UNICTAD, I think, did a study where they said, in fact, $2 trillion went to the north, okay, through different, if you like, climate interventions. So it seems to us that whatever we are receiving is seemingly an investment for those who have the money. At the end of the day, they make a return, either through interest on loan or through investments in different projects related to climate. So if you look at the volume of foreign currency, let's say US dollars, if you look at how much we have received and how much has gone out, we are in the negative. But this is what it is when you have some who are powerful and those who are not. We have done this over many years. So that in fact, climate change has been a lucrative opportunity for those who have capital to invest. What we are crying out for, and this is an issue that we need to work together, both the NGOs and lawmakers. For the civil society, my appeal is, of course, we all receive money from the West, and perhaps we are limited in terms of how much noise we can make. But there's an issue of justice here. So there's an issue of justice here that we need to cry loud on, so that we get the fair share of the resources in a more clear and concrete way. The second point is yes. Sorry for taking long. The second point is that we obviously need to look at how we can we can strengthen the, if you like, local mechanism to, as it were, to find our own ways of of surviving. And of course, there's an issue of strengthening domestic resource mobilization through taxes and so on, from mining and many others. So that is a way in which we can retain resources rather than having to sort of cry all the time that we don't have the money. So we have the money, except we need to use our own mechanisms in terms of how we can strengthen our systems to collect the revenue. Sorry for taking long.
Next, Madam, 5 minutes if you can.
I'll try and do 2 minutes. So the issue of financial literacy, I think as a financial sector, under the auspices of the National Financial Inclusion Strategy and the National Strategy for Financial Education, it's one of the key things that we are working on currently. So through FinScope, we're actually going into a second round, and they do cover the rural areas just to try and get what are the financial literacy levels at rural area level. So I think once that is done and the report is out, that is something that we can share. But another thing also that we are keen on is financial awareness, I think various educational activities. I did come with me some gamified games, snakes and ladders, on how we are trying to gamify some of the awareness components. And now we are also working towards localizing them in local languages for different areas so that we can try and tap into the rural setup. Then there was also a question on the investors in the CEC board, and I'm happy to note that research was done, and that's quite impressive as well. So yes, true to your word, we did have very low local participation. When they came to the market in the first tranche, they did also reach out to some local institutional investors, but I think also it having been a very new product also on the market, and right now also there are some challenges that we are facing with some of the pension funds. So you find that in the investment limits, there are certain caps that are there, and the green investments have not been covered. So the limits will not tell you not to invest in a green bond, but again, they won't say. So they will choose just not to because the regulations do not give them that scope. But these are conversations also that we're having with them. But also, I think one of the challenges that arises also is, as a commission, we can't ask them who can get to invest, so that the issuer gets to decide on how they come to the markets. And in this instance, CC did a private placement. So in a private placement, your arranger will already help you identify potential investors, such that even when you come to market, it's through a private placement. But hopefully through lobbying, because the decision then is made by the issuer whether to come through a public placement or a private placement. But it's something also that we would like to spear, especially in the auspices of market development. So we can't really ask them to, but hopefully we can see more issuers go the public way.
Tell us which law to change.
Definitely, we'll put it in the recommendations. But I think also with the hype that has been created and more people speaking about it, hopefully as they come for the final tranche, that is something that we'll see. And also to your question of other success stories, so unfortunately we only have CC as a green bond issuer, but we have other 1 or 2 potential issuers that have actually quite advanced. I can't say which ones, but hopefully by the end of the year we should see another issuers coming to the market, hopefully. And we are also hoping that it could be, we'll see how they go, whether private or public placement goods. And then I think there was, and also just to mention that something I forgot to mention in the presentation, there's actually a withholding tax exemption on the investors for a green bond that is 3 years or more. So we'd also like to see actually local investors get to benefit from that tax incentive. I think that's all from my end. Then the last question was on the impact development impact bonds. So through our capital markets master plan, we have a pillar on the new and innovative products. So now with that pillar, we are very open. So what we do now is when you come and want to register a product, it's not in the law. We try and see how can we best design guidelines or another regulatory framework that can cover that. So with what we have currently, it is possible to issue an impact bond. We actually have one potential issuer that's coming to the market with something in that nature which has some social component to it. So we're quite open to that.
Thank you very much.
The first question was around communication strategy. I think I'll take that as feedback, because we thought that we had actually advertised enough, but clearly the feedback is that you are in the media space and you didn't hear about our climate finance symposium or any of the things that we talked about. It's feedback that we need to do more. When we have climate finance symposium, for instance, we send out mailers to associations of the stakeholders, what the thing is. For instance, this year we have the Renewable Energy Association, and that's the association where Mr. Ibajan comes from. And then we sent out the communication. We sent out to Zambian Association of Manufacturers, we sent out to the accountants profession, the lawyers, and also we utilized social media. But again, in the point of your question is that we're not doing enough, and there's room to do more. So I'll take that as feedback. We need to how much solar? Yes, the solar projects that we find we do not do it in isolation of all the other stakeholders in the country. For instance, we work very closely with the energy service access project. So then we are able to have a view of how much solar the grid can still take up before we actually finance it. But beyond that, the point from my slides was that some of in fact, the bulk of the projects that we financed under the World Bank project, the 2.5, was towards SMEs for their own consumption. So these would be, yes, rooftop solar, for their own buildings and stuff like that. So we try and yes, deal with the bigger pictures for someone that wants to supply to the grid. But we're also dealing with a small businessman that just wants, a reliable solar for his operations. So I think those are outside the scope of whatever limitations are on the grid. And then also to make a point that our partnerships also dealing with many forms of climate finance, not just renewable energy. So I talked about smart agriculture. I also talked about forestry. So those are also interventions that we are doing. So the question from Honorable about access to market for organic products. Yes, we do this. I mean, for banks, it goes without saying that the banks will not finance you without understanding the entire value chain. So at the point that the bank finances you, you would have had to have a conversation around who's your off-taker. Have you signed an off-taker agreement? So that when we finance and we produce, the shop right that's waiting to receive your products. So under the projects under the we actually did an budget chain finance where there's someone that is producing, with someone that is planning to buy those products. We encourage for the specific farmers in your constituency, please, I think they can get in touch directly with us, or we can link us. We have a team that's probably half people. Yeah, all over the country. There's a team that's up in Okoshi, there's a team that is in Southern Province, Eastern Province, and they've cut up the country literally, into zones. So they then take care of the farmers' needs in those localities that they are. So that if the challenge is around, I produce ABCD, but they don't have a market, we should be able to pick it up and see whether the solutions that we can structure all that. I'm going to ask about the two kinds that the 1 acre fund. One was first of all,
I made was that the trees, first of all, you are right, these are fruit trees. What we try and do to ensure that there is sustainability of these trees is that we do not introduce anything new into a community. So when we go into a community and they tell us these are the trees that are indigenous to this area, those are the trees that we encourage, or those are the trees that we plant. In fact, if my memory serves me right, the only place that we planted trees that were not fruit trees are the ones that we planted in the Lusaka National Park. I think they're just some carbon capturing trees. But the trees that we plant in schools, what tree or indigenous here, and we serve a purpose. Those are the trees that we go. So the ones that died really died out of was poor care by the communities involved. So we continue to engage the communities. We are thinking around innovative ways of incentivizing the communities. I will not say it at this point, but you'll probably be hearing some small awards for schools that perhaps 2 years down the line have kept or have looked after those trees. They're not going to be able to showcase those success stories with an incentive to the school that managed to do that. The other question I think was around climate impact bonds from Doc. I think my colleague has answered that. I mean, the answer is yes. We have the clearance. We now have a recovery for loans. I think we're in a space where financial institutions are being challenged to say you cannot do business as usual. Can you think up and tell us what products you can produce or what products you can develop to the market? So that's the energy that's around the banking sector with all these enablers that we have in terms of administration. So the long and short answer to your question, Doc, is that's definitely a possibility. Is there a question that I have missed? I've covered everything. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, great. Before we go to you can now take your seats. Members of Parliament by law, traditionally and by practice, they don't clap. And I want them to clap for the three presenters in the parliamentary way. So, honorable members, can we clap for them? Thank you very much. Okay, now before we have vote of thanks and closing remarks by Southern Africa Trust, I would like to invite Mr. Msumari. Maybe there are some announcements to make, and then he can therefore call Honorable Mshanga to do a vote of thanks and then the closing remarks by Southern Africa Trust. And then when we finish, because we committed, I'll call it a crime or a sin. When we started our interaction, there was no official introductions. We didn't introduce ourselves. So what I will do, I will stand by the door with an empty box for donations. You will be required to mention 15 names of the participants except from your team. If you fail to mention at least 15 names, you will drop 200 in the box. That is a punishment to cross over a very important ingredient of any interaction. It was an omission. The money will go to Mr. Msumari, will donate somewhere. So we mentioned 15 names of participants. I'm serious on this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Honorable. I think he's done a very good job. And Lost and found. I don't know. Okay, so someone has lost it. Yes. Okay. Thank you so very much, Honorable, and thank you so very much everyone for the resilience to sit until this time. This is an indication that the matters we're discussing here is not just academic, but these are matters that border on national interest. And having members of parliament with us for the past 2 days, I think it is something commendable. And as CSO consortium, we are not taking this interaction lightly. This means so much for us, and we are looking forward also to interact with the members of parliament even more. Just to announce that next month we are hosting a national summit. This summit is called High Level Climate Diplomacy Summit and Cooperation, where we are going to bring together dignitaries and the ambassadors accredited in the Republic of Zambia, especially those from wealthy nations, those that have caused the pollution, the global warming, and this climate change, to bring them together under one roof, together with the CEOs of financial institutions, the banks, and the mining companies, to have one common conversation, which is climate finance. There will be nothing like, no, this policy, that policy here, no. One agenda, one common agenda, climate finance. Where is the money? Who has the money? How do we mobilize this money? What are the bottlenecks? So that we also ensure that the private sector are able to access or to provide some of these resources. We had a level meeting somewhere in April. Standard Chartered Bank told us to say they have got about $3 billion globally for investment in climate space, in green investments. Do our people know out there that there's such money? They don't. So that summit is next month. We are almost there in terms of mobilizing resources, and we are calling upon stakeholders who are here. Please come on board so that we can bring ambassadors and trade to the Republic of Zambia, CEOs, and the ministers, members of parliament. It will be that high level that it will take place in Lusaka. And then next year, we'll have more interaction with members of parliament, and I think with other key stakeholders, and even follow-up meetings. Those of you, members of parliament, that will make it to COP30 in Brazil, we are going to interact with you even at COP30 to see to it that you are helped in certain ways. As a member of parliament, you can come up with an innovative idea as an individual for your own constituency, to collaborate with us, to see how we can help you even mobilize or come up with strategies, plans, and innovations for your own constituents. Because we heard of the IDPs. IDPs are there, but what about a constituency development master plan for yourself? So that we can do. So I've been told that Southern African Trust will not be able to make closing remarks because of time. But I thought of sharing this very important information with you, members of parliament. To us, as development experts, we look at a constituency as a jurisdiction that is very easy to develop. But not alone. When you come in contact with right people, like some of our colleagues who are in this space, we can come up with ideas to alleviate poverty. Putting politics aside, putting the nation in front, we'll be able to develop this country with less dependency on donor funding. Anything else, Senator? It's okay? Okay, yes. If you want to join the consortium, drop us an email so that we add you to that, so that you become also one of the key stakeholders for the Climate Investment Summit taking place next month. The UN, they have already come on board because of the trust that they have trusted this consortium. So we are looking to the EU and others, COMESA and SADC, also to do the same. And hopefully maybe we can get honor the Vice President to be the guest of honor at that high-level meeting next month. And it is taking place in a few weeks from now. We are talking about 3 to 4 weeks from now. That event is going to take place. I'd like to hand over to Honorable Shai to officially close this occasion. And if there will be other announcements, maybe someone else can do that. But for now, over to you, Honorable.
So thank you very much. So first, I acknowledge the presence of Honorable Katandwe, that is the co-chairperson of the caucus. I also acknowledge the presence of Honorable Sanjay, chairperson for sexual reproductive health, members of parliament present, government representatives from the two ministries, Ministry of Green Economy, and also local government, civil society organizations present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to simply say all protocols acknowledged. On behalf of the Parliamentary Caucus on Environment and Climate Change, I stand before you honored to deliver this vote of thanks as we close our level climate policy engagement workshop. Over the past 2 days, we have shared insightful ideas on the global climate agenda, lessons from the COP29 and Zambia's priorities as we prepare for COP30. We also reflected on the 2025 National Human Development Report, reminding us that climate change is not a distant risk, but present reality, threatening our development and well-being. Climate change is with us, and it demands urgent, coordinated, and sustained action. Some of the key highlights from our discussions include strengthening climate governance and accountability, climate proofing the Constituency Development Fund to address risks and emergencies associated to climate change, raising community voices to influence policy and hold leaders accountable, and recognizing the critical link between climate change, health, agriculture, including sexual reproductive health. Dear colleagues, these are practical priorities that must guide our work going forward in our constituencies, in our organizations, institutions, and the nation at large. Allow me to sincerely thank our main sponsor, Transparency International Zambia, our cooperating partners, UNFPA, People in Need, Southern Africa Trust, Child Fund, Action Aid, Plan International, World Vision, Global Platform, and the many other civil society organizations present here for your support during the 2 days that we have been here. We are also very grateful
to the Right Honorable Ms. Nelly Mochi, Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, for officially opening this workshop and setting the tone for our deliberations and our engagements. Above all, I thank all the members of Parliament present and all of you from the different organizations for your active participation and the commitment that you have shown to this process. We hope that the outcome of this workshop will translate into action that benefits our communities and strengthen Zambia's climate resilience. As we conclude, let us not leave these conversations behind. Let us carry them into our policies, into our budgets and community engagements so that together we can rise to the climate challenge and build a sustainable future for Zambia. Allow me to thank you and to thank everyone for your presence, for your participation, for being each other's keepers during the 2 days that we have been here. May God bless us all. Those who are traveling this evening, you travel well. Those who will be traveling tomorrow morning, may God go before you as you travel. God bless us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Honorable, for closing remarks. The link for the recommendations has been sent, I think, almost everyone. I don't know if honorable members have received the link already. Maybe it's based on what you saw at the stage. If you can send our recommendations even tonight or by tomorrow, so that by this week we generate the report, because we don't have enough time. We have got so many other issues to deal with parliament sittings, others have got proposal writing. So honest, the information is fresh in our head. Even now, please provide your recommendations. Thank you so very much. God bless everyone.